are live, but real quick. Okay. Sounds all right. First time using background. Oh. Hopefully I had my microphone over here. Whoopsie daisy. But I was forgetting something. Alrighty. So let's see. I have my earbud in so I can watch my own live stream to see if everything's going well. See. Ooh, that's a little loud. The microphone is a wee too loud. Is it always that loud? I think it is actually. Wow. I'm gonna dull it down a little bit. So let's see. Is that better? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Not really. It's still about the same. So we're gonna just see about moving it down there and seeing if it's just a wee bit better. I just don't want to blow people's eardrums out when they join the live stream. So yeah, I set it down to negative 12 decibels, so hopefully that works. But yeah, I don't want to go too low where they can't hear me now, so let's just keep dialing down just a little bit, but not too much. Right here is probably good, so I think this is good, right? Yeah, and I don't think the music is too loud. We'll lower the music just a pinch. Yeah, the music ain't too loud. Alright, I think we're good to go. I'm just gonna test that Nightbot is working real quick. Or if I have to activate him. Do I have to activate him? No, he's just working. Good. Good, good, good. I pinned his message at the top, so we should be good. Alright. I was just playing, just getting some music on, and it just made me deaf for a second. That was wonderful. Okay, so I do have to raise this up just a pinch, because it does go behind that bar whenever I... Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Let me... There we go. So today's plan is to just organize my eBay, which I figured there's not anything I can't show you guys on eBay. So this is my seller hub. I'll show you guys my store real quick. Hopefully nothing messes up. But yeah. So you can see Big Nate's deals. 98 followers, which really ain't bad for an eBay store. And we have featured categories like toys, Pokemon, rocks and minerals, jewelry, clothing and shoes, and even glassware and pottery and stuff like that. And then we have featured items, which something I might fix because it's still targeted towards Easter, and Easter's past, so I might look into changing that real quick. Easter was quite a bit ago too, so damn, my voice just does not want to work today. And I gotta remember I'm also on camera today, so figured being it's just gonna be a eBay live stream, I want to show you guys something, my face and everything. So let's see. Okay, let's go manage store. We're gonna actually duplicate this eBay. Where do I go? I forget where to go. Manage store. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, easiest way to do it. So we're just gonna replace listings with summer related items. That's the question though. What would be considered summer related? Let's see what kind of clothing we have. No. Let's just type in summer and see what happens. Nothing really. People go fishing in the summer, so let's see what kind of lures we got. What kind of fishing lures we have. Let's go for that one. And then let's go for some kind of jewelry. Cowboys wear bolos during the summer, maybe. Trying to figure out what to put on here. Well, let's just put just featured items like that. I'll actually replace this one because I think no, I forget what it's called. What is it called? Luke, I think. No. Oh, no, no. Typing the wrong thing. We'll just put some of the more expensive stuff up on the featured and just see. We'll put you up there. And we'll put up you as well. Place a listing. Let's just scroll a little bit and see what we see. I don't know. Let's put that up there. Yeah, that'd probably be good. So then we just click publish and we're good to go. Alright. Store should be fixed in a couple of minutes. Maybe an hour. So let's go to active listings, which I have 1,400 of them. And what we're going to be doing today is going through here and either revising the listing or removing it completely. Maybe wondering, like, why would I be removing listings? Well, my typical rule for listings is 2 years to 3 years. If there's 0 views or even like 1 or 2 views and it's been up there for 2 or 3 or plus years, it'll be removed. Because at that point, it's telling you nobody wants to buy it. So like what I'll do is this, I'll click on views. Past 30 days, this item got 1 view, which is decent. But what it lets you go down to is past 2 years. Let's do that. It's got 11 views over 2 years, which I don't really know how accurate views are nowadays. I think that's people that physically click the listing. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I could double check real quick. Let's see. What are views considered on eBay now? Because that's how it used to be back in the day, is anybody that viewed it, even if they were scrolling through the listing, or like scrolling through listings after you searched up, say, hamster ball, and you started looking down the listings for hamster balls, even if somebody scrolled past it, that would count as a view. Nowadays, it records each time a unique real user clicks it. So the person actually has to click the listing. So basically, what I think they should do is rename views to clicks, because that's technically what it is. How many people have clicked your listing? Because many people view your listing, more than 11, but that shows that 11 people have clicked the listing. So that's pretty decent. And then let's see about this one. These ones I won't remove because they're car parts, and even if people aren't viewing them, they will sell sooner or later. It's a long haul on them. You never know when they'll sell. But 16 views still ain't bad. I wish I could re-edit the photos like they did this one. This one I revised a while back, and that's where I came up with this idea. I was like, maybe I could make stock photos and make it look a little bit more professional. So that's what I'm thinking about doing with some of these. Like, yeah. Our photos back then, this was listed how long ago? Listed back in 2020, yeah. So we've gotten better with our photos since then. So I'm gonna see if I can edit it with see if they have that feature on here, and if they don't, yes they do. Good. Let's see if we can use the AI thing to edit it. It doesn't do too much to the listing, hopefully. Let's see. Let's cancel. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does too much to the list, like the photo, the actual photo. Only thing that I don't like is the fact that you can't do that. Let's actually do that. Yeah. I'm gonna go back, and what we're gonna do is, oh, I don't have that extension on this web browser. Real quick. What's that one called? eBay image downloader. Forgot to install that on this. Is that it? It looks sort of like it, but I don't think that's the actual one. That's it right here. I use this one. Add extension. There we go. And we'll pin it so that it makes it easy. Because what you do is you go to your listing, click this button. I had to sign in. Hopefully it doesn't show my password. And it shows my personal, which I'm not a big fan of, but oh well. Can't see it. Well, I don't think, maybe you guys might not even be able to see that, so. We don't need to open eBay because now it has the green button. And what we do is we just go over here, click that, and it's good to go. Because what I do with my eBay listings is that when I go to edit them and put a white screen, being it's technically AI generated, which that is a scary word nowadays apparently. Once it does this, to make sure that it is an accurate representation of my item, I use this as stock photo, done, which looks professional. But then I add the original photo behind it so that they can go, oh, that looks nice. And then they can go to this and be like, oh, that's the actual like image, like that's the actual product. Got a frog in my throat or something. But yep, that's how I do eBay, and it looks pretty decent from a glance. Better than what it was, and it'll make it look more professional. Now what I do is I just look over the title, see if there's anything I could change about it. There's a lot of details that aren't entered, which isn't good. And I'll just say, yeah, it's a vintage part, yeah. Oh, there's a good bit of information down here. This was most likely my father back in the day. Because, I'll be honest, I wasn't also great with eBay when I first started. And when it came to cars, I know absolutely nothing about cars. I still don't know much about cars, but I at least know parts and stuff have a decent value to them. So that's how I deal with it. And it's like I might just copy all of this if it allows me to. Just let me copy. There we go. Copy. And then use AI description generation. Paste. And there we go. Looks good to me. $22.99, quantity of 3. See similar listings. Let's see. There we go. Listings not found. That's wonderful. Like, then how can you come up with an accurate price if there's no listings found? Where are you getting that price from then? That's why I don't really look at that sold listings in the last 90 days thing. Recommended price $22.99. Yeah, that's my price exactly. So it's like, but being I'm offering free shipping, I'm not gonna do anything. You know, I don't like that it removed all this. I better not cause a problem. I don't think it matters being it's free shipping and I'm the one paying, and it'll calculate the shipping when I go to create the label, so I don't think it matters. So revise it, and now it's updated. So I'm gonna basically go through updating these real quick, and what I'm gonna do is go over here, wait for the green button to pop up, download it, and then go back and click edit. Yeah, man, my aunt got me a cheesecake master shake from Sonic before the live stream, and pretty sure that's what's clogging up my throat. Ooh, go back. Did not mean to delete that, but luckily there's a back button. Oh. Yeah, car parts do pretty well on eBay. And a lot of times people at auctions and estate sales typically overlook them. And it's honestly shocking how cheap you can get most of them and then resell them on eBay. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten anything for a BMW or Audi. So, if I ever found that, I'd be like picking up a brick of gold. Because I know those parts are expensive. Just hearing the brands. These are just for, yeah, and right there, that just shows some items can't be fixed unless I go retake a photo. So it's like, I can't actually do what I plan to do with this one. But what I will do is go and update the description at least. Copy, use AI description, and paste. There we go. Yeah, car parts do pretty well, but it's the thing, like, they take the most research. Yeah, can't speak today either. But yeah, they take a lot of research when listing them. That's something I've also noticed. So, but they do make good money. Sadly, the door handles aren't always sought after, so that's why these ones aren't selling like Hot Pockets. Yeah, that one looks good enough. Let's see. From a faraway distance, I don't think it'll look too bad. Yeah, it'll look decent. Then you just add the original photo behind it. No, I don't believe I have a junkyard near me. The nearest one I think is 50 miles. 45, 50 miles, so yeah. And we'd done a little business with him before, selling some scrap to him, and he was a little, what's the best way to say it? Hard to deal with. Or really hard negotiator. And it's like, creating a business deal with him would be painstakingly difficult. So it's like, I just source the inventory myself instead of going and partnering up with him. Because these ones, the door handles and even the headlights up here, I got from an auction. It was a junkyard, but he retired and put all this stuff up for auction. So that's where I got most of this stuff. Because what I do to get most of my inventory is go to auctions. I go to estate sales too and the occasional yard sale, but where I live, most of the stuff is just clothing. A lot of people sell clothing at yard sales, so I don't really get much at yard sales. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's just I've been trying to get into different things and just experimenting with my inventory. Because I always told my mother I don't want to be just a seller of one thing. I want to be a seller of everything. Anything I get my hands on for a good price and flip it for more, that's what I do. And if it's car parts, I'll do it. If it's blankets, I'll do that as well. It's like, I'll do anything. Clothing, I never really wanted to mess with though, because typically you have to clean clothing, but it's like, I just list it up on eBay and Poshmark and just go with it. Trying to think if this is a good enough photo or not. Let's see what it looks like from a distance. It looks good enough. It looks better than just the regular photo. That'll do. That's the thing. And that's also something I do at auctions as well. Like, my dad once was like, why'd you buy that? I'm like, because what I'm going to do is, even though it doesn't work, I know why it's not working. And I just took it all apart and sold off all the parts. I think it was a hot dog stand. And I forget what brand it was, but I took like the cover off, the knobs, and some internal stuff, but like the heat coils were no longer working, so I couldn't sell it for being hot dog stands. So what I did was I basically took it out for parts and sold the parts on eBay, and one of the covers sold for $100 when that was practically the cost of the hot dog stand. And I was like, this works. So I continued doing it. If I see something at auction like that, I always buy it nowadays. Yeah. It's weird how parts can go for so much on eBay, but they've just learned that they can go get away with it, you know? So let's do this now, and there we go. But yeah, some of this stuff is going to be going into a yard sale, and trying to figure out when to have that yard sale, either the end of this month or start of next month. I just gotta figure in stuff that I have to do in my personal life. Did that not edit? No, it did. It's just not showing that it edited. That's weird. Oh well. But yeah, car parts are oddly expensive. My father had to buy I think it was a tail light for a Tundra. That cost him close to $400. So yeah, it's insane. Yeah, I have a feeling this one's not gonna edit properly, but we'll give it a try. Gonna be deleting a lot of photos out of my downloaded folder after this. That's for sure. Let's see, will it do it perfectly? Yeah, I figured not. Alright, so we'll just add the description on that one. I need to honestly probably just take new pictures of a lot of these items, but I really don't have the time for that one. I barely have enough time to do live streams. So it's like, I definitely ain't got time for that. That's pretty good, dude. $70. That ain't bad. Yeah. Yeah, that ain't bad. Like, I have another part. I forget what it's a Silverado. Forget what year, but I think I got a Silverado pair of headlights next door. Huh? Yeah, I also sold before, well, not before eBay, it was called eBay, but I did sell stuff before joining eBay. I just did in front of my house, which was a lot more manual labor than what I do on eBay. Most manual labor I do nowadays is lift boxes, move boxes around the storage area, and take pictures. That's all the manual labor I do nowadays. Back when before eBay, I had to set out like 10 to 20 tables out in my front yard and price every individual item just for somebody to peel off the tag and accidentally act like it was an accident. But yeah, I don't do many yard sales anymore because the city got on to me for having more yard sales than I was supposed to a year. You're only supposed to have 4 yard sales a year in our town. Yeah, that's pretty good. I just don't got the storage room and all the equipment to do that to cars. Like, if I had the equipment and storage area, oh yeah, I would be doing that to cars all day. To a season. So that's more than what we get. We technically get 1 a season, but like 1 yard sale consists of a whole weekend, so Friday through Sunday. So technically you get 9 or no, 12 days a year to have a yard sale. So yeah. And I basically blamed it on the city because I was already thinking about stopping the yard sales, but the city was the final straw because I was hosting my yard sale one day and a city employee decided to pull my yard sale signs out of the ground in front of me. Yeah, and that day that lady was terrified of a six foot tall, 300-pound man coming towards her. Because I did not like the fact that they just came up and ripped my signs out of the ground. Yeah, I was not happy about that. But I got my signs back and just put them on my property and didn't put them back out. Because I knew she would be back and steal the signs. And she's like, well, you're supposed to report your yard sale whenever you have one. And I was like, this is the first I'm hearing of it. And I've been doing yard sales, I want to say since 2010. And they didn't find out I was having that many yard sales until like, I think it was 2025, like the start of 2025. So I've been having them for a long time, and nobody ever bothered me then. And then all of a sudden, one day, this lady just decided to yank my signs out of the ground. And then when I went to grab them from her, she'd explained why she was doing it. I'm like, well, I've never heard of that. It must be a new thing. And she's like, no, it's been since 2005. I'm like, well, you could fool me. I've never heard of it. But yeah. Because apparently you can't have off-premise signs. That's one of the things they got me for. And that's why she was originally taking the signs out of the ground, because they could cause a hazard to drivers for some odd reason. Which I can somewhat understand if it was like a metal post. Which one of my signs was a metal one. But if a car hits that, it's getting knocked over. It's not like a concrete post in the ground. So it's like, when I heard of that, I was like, nah. That's one thing that I wish we had more around us down here is flea markets. Not many flea markets in the Panhandle region, or at least none that I've heard of. But yeah. Typically, what happens down in the Oklahoma Panhandle is auctions. A lot of auctions and a lot of estate sales. And estate sales I do pretty good, even though typically most estate sales are super expensive. So you have to keep that in mind and be on the lookout for overpriced items. But I have gotten many good deals from estate sales. Because there's one over... my town where I live is publicly known. Over in Goodwell, Oklahoma, I went to a estate sale and bought a box full of naked and half-naked Barbies, and I brought one home, and it was a... I can't remember exactly how old it was. It was close to the year they first came out, and it sold for $200 on eBay, and I paid like $12 for the box. So yeah. Yeah, there's not a single thing I truly focus on eBay. I sort of focus towards like newer stuff. I do sell some vintage stuff on eBay, but I do focus on like new stuff. I guess that is one thing I focus on. So yeah, but yeah, I have many. My eBay is so hard to categorize. Like if I just scroll down a little bit, it's so hard to categorize. Like I got textbooks up there, I got coffee mugs, I got glassware on there, Coca-Cola die-cast car, Murano glass vase, some little toy cars. Damn, that was a pretty good one. Pretty good sale there. Yeah, my best find, I would have to say, is probably the Bolivia Acutron watch I bought at an auction one time. I bought a whole flat full of watches at an auction for $12.50, and I got home and listed it up on eBay for $500 after I found out it worked, and in less than an hour somebody bought it, and I just sat there like, I probably could have priced that for more. But yeah, it sold like that, and I was like, okay, easy profit made there. I'm too busy talking, I forgot, did I download you? I can open the folder and just look. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Close that out. Yeah, I did download this. Good. Let's see. Edit. But yeah, I do think this little AI background thing is pretty good until it does something like this. And it's like, well, that ain't really helpful. I don't think it'll look good as a photo, so I'll just leave it as this. Yeah, it works. But yeah, the main goal today is basically get on here and figure out which listings have been up here for so long with 0 views and get them gone and get them put into the yard sale later on. I still got all the tables and all the chairs, and I'm ready to go for a state or yard sale whenever I need to set one up. It's just I don't want to do it no more because I don't want the village on my back. I also somewhat wonder if somebody reported me If I accidentally stepped on somebody's toes and somebody reported me to them. That is something I do think about, and I don't think there's anybody I stepped on their toes, but possibly. That one looks decent. Because, yeah, I partnered up with Gatlin Auction, where whenever I go to one of his auctions, I can record and basically get some good footage for YouTube. I'm working on a auction video in, like, right now. It's in the works. I'm just trying to precisely see what people want to see in an auction video. And from what I can see from the analytics of YouTube is that people enjoy the preview part, but they seem to skip about when it's the actual bidding part. So it's one of those things where I gotta figure out what people want to see, and then figure out what footage of mine I can use. Because the footage from an auction, now that I have 5 or 6 batteries, I can't remember how many, I can record quite a bit of footage, and what that means is a lot of editing and a lot of digging through footage. And what's horrible about my GoPro is every time you switch the battery, it resets the time and date, so you have to put it manually in chronological order, and it's a pain. But yeah, because what I learned about, like, the bidding process at auctions, whenever the auctioneer starts doing the auction chant, you can see where the auctioneer is describing the item, and then all of a sudden, once he's done describing it, they skip to where he says sold, and they get the amount. So they don't want to sit there and listen to the auction chant the whole entire time, which is, like, totally makes sense. Even I get bored at auctions when I just have to sit there and listen to them chant over and over and over. I do zone out. I will admit that. But yeah. So, because I just went to a auction last weekend. I'm trying to remember if that was last weekend or the weekend before that, but yeah, I went to one last weekend and got some really good stuff. And I recorded a lot at that auction, so hopefully I can make a good video out of that one too. But as I've told many people before, the auction and, like, reselling videos, they take a lot longer than gaming videos. Gaming videos, easiest thing for me to edit. Mainly because with the reselling content, the GoPro doesn't have a good audio, like, doesn't have a good microphone, so the voices sound muffled, so I have to do voiceovers for them. Therefore, it takes more time. I have to completely talk over the footage, give some commentary, while the gaming is recorded on this microphone, which probably moving that made a big noise, but hopefully not. So yeah. Few in person. Trying to see better. There we go. Had to scoot up the chat a little bit. Yeah. The thing with my town is, well, I live in Guyman, Oklahoma, and there's only one thrift store here. Unless you're looking for clothes, then there's like 4 of them. But if you're looking for just random items, there's one thrift store here, PASW thrift store, and I find stuff there every so often. Not all the time, but yeah, I know about death piles. I got a couple of them. I got a death pile next door, a big one, in my like listing area, and then I got one in my living room. And I have a good stack of records that I have to get listed as well. So yeah, got many death piles laying everywhere. Yeah, I would love to, but in this economy, moving is just a headache. We moved my aunt down from Wisconsin because Wisconsin, I believe the landlord doubled her rent, and it was like, I think 1,500, and we were like, no, we're moving her down here because living down here is affordable, but like for reselling and sourcing, not so great. I always love going up to like Chicago area, Wisconsin area, because I love all the thrift stores up there. I could spend days going through those thrift stores. Because my uncle just drives me around while we're up there, and he just stops at all the thrift stores, lets me go in them, and I come out with a box full of stuff. And he goes, "What did you buy this time?" And I am like, "I don't even know." Like, I know I did research on it, but thing is, like, I buy all sorts of stuff I can't even, like, classify what it is. Like, yeah, I figured this one wasn't going to allow me to. Probably just need to retake photos of this one sooner or later. Okay, this one does have AI description, so I don't have to do AI descriptions for it no more. Alrighty, we're finally caught up to everything. Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta find the right places. But like big cities up in like Wisconsin and Chicago area, just outrageous. But like gas prices down here, I forget how much. I think $2.97. So last time I looked. Let's see. Oh no, they bumped up quite a bit actually. Oh no, $2.97 was a while back before all the Iranian war stuff. But yeah, the cheapest you can get gas down here is in Guyman is $3.95 a gallon. Yeah, $3.95 a gallon now. $2.97 was quite a while ago. But still, $3.95 a gallon ain't bad. That's why I sort of like it down here, because a lot of stuff stays cheap. Yeah. It's like, I would not want to pay the gas prices northern people pay. Yeah. Let's see. Can we do something with this one? Sadly, probably not. But does it have a good description? Where's the description? All the way down here, right? No, it doesn't have a decent description, so we'll edit this one. Yeah. So, yeah, it's like sourcing here is horrible. Well, I wouldn't say horrible, but I wish it could be better. Like, auctions and estate sales are doing pretty good for me, but I wish there was more yard sales, more thrift stores around here, but there really isn't. Like I said about the thrift store is, or no, yard sales, is that it is all closed, and I'm not really into clothes. I'm dabbling in it right now, but I keep getting banned on Poshmark for some reason. So yeah, I'm about to tell Poshmark to go away. Nicest terms I can put, because they're honestly irritating the heck out of me. I did one policy break a while back on Poshmark when I first joined it, and now they just won't leave me alone. Every time I post something new, their little system goes off and says, "You broke a policy in the past. We have restrained your account for now." And it's like, that was so long ago. But yeah. Honestly, no idea what that means, but cool. But like I said before, I don't know much about cars. I know how to research like car parts nowadays and figure out what it goes to, but yeah. Because I'll admit, like, the first policy break, yeah, they had all right to ban my account. Yeah, they fully did. But I think their banning system is a little unfair as well, because I posted something that other people are selling on there, and it technically is against policy, but yeah. I still don't think it's fair that they can list it, but I can't. If I list the same item as them, I get removed, but they stay on there. So, but I got it basically reinstated a while back, and then I went to list some jewelry on there yesterday, and I got banned again. And it's probably because I used the word Navajo, because it is a piece of Navajo sterling silver jewelry, and I used the word Navajo. And I'm gonna bet you that has something to do with it. For some odd reason, they probably think Navajo is a racist term. You know, it's just a... Actually, I don't know what Navajo really is. I know it has something to do with Native Americans. I know that for sure. But, yeah. Just a piece of sterling silver jewelry, and just because I used a word they didn't like, I got removed. Actually, I might use this one as the front photo. You know, let me look and see, like, the pricing on this one. Yeah, artificial intelligence, it has its pros and it has its cons. I'll say that. Like, I use Copilot quite a bit to, like, discuss ideas. Because I go to try to discuss ideas with my father, and I get a brick wall. So it's like, I discuss it with the AI to be like, would this be a good idea, or should I do something else? And it'll give me an honest opinion if I tell it to give me an honest opinion. Because there was a while where it would just go, it was a yes man, basically. And I was like, I don't want you to be a yes man. I want you to tell me your opinion, you know? Yeah, whenever people like my listings on Poshmark, I send them a 10% offer. And like for coupons on eBay, I do like, I think 20% off typically after Christmas on like Christmas related items. And it does pretty well. This year I don't think it did all so well, but last year it did pretty well. Let's see. So we're gonna add this photo and see if we can get it to do the AI cropping. Will it work properly or no? it worked pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. We'll use that photo as the front main photo. And we'll scoot this one back here just to give it some like chronological order. But we'll probably crop this a little bit to get to look a little bit better. Probably right there. There we go. That looks a little bit better. There we go. Oh yeah. Because I started doing eBay back in 2018. And I've learned like the tips and tricks of eBay somewhat. There's still some things I'm learning about eBay to this day. Because there's some features on eBay I wish they would add, and then there's some I wish they would remove. Like the policy stuff on eBay, I still don't understand fully. And I just typically don't use it because I still don't understand it. But let's look at the views on this one, because these two right here actually. Oh, free shipping on that. What's the cost on this one? $9. Let's see what the views look like. Over the past 2 years. Ooh. Yeah, this one might be an item I get rid of. It would have probably been smart of me, but I was a little busy at the time. I should have advertised this mom sterling silver pendant during Mother's Day. Probably should have done that. Yeah. Probably should have done that. Oh well. But yeah, we're gonna remove this one. End listing. Okay, there we go. Because how I might keep track of that is it'll go to the inactive listings, and I'll just go through my inventory next door and pull it out of the boxes. No, I don't actually do the end and sell similar. It just basically relists on its own. And I've heard that some people do that, but I'm always afraid of that spamming policy or whatever. I forget what it's called. But it's where if you list too much, like if you delete it and release it and do it too frequently, the algorithm will spot you and flag you. So it's like, I don't want to deal with that. I'm already technically got one policy ban on my eBay, which is a funny story and somewhat an irritating story at the same time. When I first started eBay, I listed quite a bit of mystery boxes, and apparently mystery boxes are a no-no on eBay, even though many other people do it. It's just I did it the wrong way. You're supposed to put in the description what's technically in the box so that the customer does technically know what's in the box. So it's like you still have to give them an inventory of what's in the box, but if they choose to buy it without reading the description, they can keep it a mystery. But yeah, I didn't put the inventory in the description, so I listed many multiple mystery boxes, and they didn't delete my account. What they did is I cannot use the word mystery or surprise in any of my listing titles. I type mystery and it won't let me list the item. Or surprise as well. I've learned a trick with surprise. I spell it S-U-P-R-I-Z-E and it lets me list, but if I try to type it correctly, no. I can't enter it. Yeah. I just wish I had enough money to get one of those cross-listing softwares. That's what I would like. Because, like, how many listings do you manage? If you're willing to answer. Because I got 1,400 listings, and after a while that would get tiresome. But let's see if we can fix this one up. Well, we also gotta do this, so let's see. Open. Let's see if it'll crop out my hand. $700 ain't bad. But yeah, 1,400 to me, just that would get tiresome after a while. But yeah, I just typically let eBay do the relisting. Which, at a certain point, if I don't start selling much of my inventory, I might have to upgrade my subscription. Huh. I'll have to look into that. I'll write that down on my phone real quick. Free cat. My fat fingers didn't type in the wrong thing. Huh. It's interesting. I'll have to look into it. Did I download that image? I think I did. Oops, wrong thing. Nope. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yep. So time to edit this one and see if it'll crop my hand out. I have a feeling it will. Nope, it didn't. Should have figured that one. You know, I could do this, which is cancel. And this is a little trick I've learned with it. If you crop it around the item that you mainly want, it'll hyper focus that item. So save like that, then do it like this, and typically, no, it's still picking up on the hand. Yep. I could try this too. This is another trick I do. You guys can't see, but basically I go to downloads, open the image, and basically I can use the tool on Windows to crop out certain things. Will it do it? No, it's still focusing on the hand. Yeah, and I can't really crop out the hand unless I had really patience and time to do it, so we'll just work with this. Yeah, that'll do. Well, let's check the description, make sure everything looks good. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, and if there's an item like this, I'll disclaim, like, we don't know if it works. And it may need a new battery or it's completely broken. It's basically saying buying as is. So it's one of those DIY projects I list that, like, yeah, if you want to buy it, go ahead, you know. it needs work. How many views has this thing gotten? Should I even waste my time on it? It surprisingly got 17. Probably sell if I actually took better pictures of it. Yeah, probably would. Some older ladies might like that for Christmas time. Edit. Let's see. Will it do it, or it's probably not going to focus on the right things? Oh no! Wow, it did actually a decent job. Surprised. Because it's pretty good, but then some days it's like it's dog water. There we go. That looks good. Then what we do with this one is we throw it right behind it, and we're good to go. Is yeah, I'm trying to figure out a good like schedule for stuff. Like between recording for gaming videos, editing and all that, and getting it uploaded. And so far I've found that uploading gaming videos Wednesday morning works out pretty well. And then the reselling videos Sunday morning do pretty well. And I've been doing some A/B tests here and there on them and figuring out what works, what doesn't work, and starting to get a hang of it. And also like a hang on when to do the A/B tests and all that. And it's like, ugh. Honestly, a science, but luckily I got two majors, two degrees in science, so it comes natural to me to run tests on everything. And that's why I typically, before I go through with purchasing something, I do a lot of research into it. Like at auctions, I honestly don't know all that much, but I'll look it up with Google Lens, find out like the keywords, like the description of it, and I'll use that as a research reference and type it into eBay, click sold listings and completed listings, and go from there. See if it's worth buying or not at that price. Yeah. Yeah, I've always been into gaming. So. But I've never been into like online like games. I've been single player most of my life. And never really into the first person shooter games. One, because I don't have the reflexes to aim accurately. And second of all, I just like peaceful, calm games. Yeah, 3K ain't bad still. Better than what I'm doing. But I'm starting off slow, because what I did back in the day with eBay, like back in 2018, I just listed stuff and just let it sit up there. I didn't really pay attention to it at all. I heard of City Skylines. Never been into those games though, the like simulator games, but I've seen them and they do look pretty fun. I always played Minecraft and like Skyrim, Fallout. And then the one first-person shooter game I did actually play a long time ago was Halo Reach. And that's the last first-person shooter game I ever played. So, yeah. Now I'm playing Minecraft and reselling items. I was gonna try to play Subnautica 2 on my gaming channel, but it's just my computer is decent, but not good enough for Subnautica 2. And I'm like, I could probably play Subnautica 2, but I'd probably have to run it on polygons. Because if I tried actually running Subnautica, my computer would probably catch on fire. Let's see, will it do it? It did a decent job. Yeah, we'll take it. Why not? Then we gotta crop it because if not, it'll be too small of a picture. Now, the one thing I don't like about the computer is that when I do this, it doesn't automatically turn into a square. On the phone, if I did this, it would turn into a square. But on the computer, you have to physically do it yourself, which I find weird, but it works. And I would also be doing it next door, but the live stream capabilities over there is just impossible. Because the internet connection doesn't fully reach over there. It reaches over there good enough for like listing stuff on eBay, but when it comes to live streaming, it just takes up too much, and it's like, no, can't do it. Oh, I still have minimum offer on this one. Huh. Thought I disabled all those, but oh well. So I have it just set to allow offers on most of my items. I don't really have it set to like accept minimum offers. We found more door handles. What time is it now? Oh, 3:06, not bad. That one's gonna be difficult. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try with this one. I'm gonna check the description and make sure it looks good. Yeah, I'm actually not gonna change the description on those. I'll just leave them the same and keep going. What about this one? Does this image look better? No. I can tell it was my father that took the photos of these. Same. A lot of my stuff sells for best offers as well. But the one thing I've noticed about like best offers, it's weird when you go to try to take a picture, because what I do for like Facebook is I take like this picture right here of the bear, and then I'll take a little screenshot of its like sold price and put it down like under here or something. And sometimes, like, if I accept a best offer of $35 for this bear, it would cross out the $39 and just show $39.99, and I have to basically magic erase that out and put a custom text of $35. So it works. It just takes a little bit more of a process to do so. But then this one, you might find funny once I get down to it. And you won't believe how many of those I've actually sold. Let's see. Did a pretty good job. Okay. Now just crop it a little bit, because it does a little bit of an expansion thing with these. So looks good to me. go check the. Well, let's see. Let's see. What does it say on the bottom? Oh, that's the brand. Okay, future sales. Oh, it's actually future sales, so let's put that there. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Alright. So. Copy this like usual. Because I do local pickup around here. Even though nobody's used it so far. I thought it might increase more sales around town, but it hasn't. So, you know, I did have one item a while ago. It was a World War II foot locker. Yeah, I use Copilot for full descriptions. Like when I go to create a description for Facebook, I use Copilot. Mainly because I have a Microsoft 365 subscription, so it just comes with it. So, and then for like YouTube descriptions, I use the YouTube algorithm. The I think it's Ask Studio, and it creates pretty good descriptions. I have it help me with titles as well. You know, some titles I can come up with myself, but then some of them I'm like, create a title for this video. And like the live stream title, I had it come up with a little bit of a title, and then I sort of incorporated some things into it. But yeah, right here is one of the items I sell, and as you can see, I've sold 8 of them. Yeah, dirt in a bottle. Yeah, and they go for $10 each, and I've actually never had a best offer on one of these. They've always bought them for $10. The last one I shipped out was all the way to Hawaii. So, yeah. I need to add the description though. You can see that I edited the photo, but yeah. Yeah, with eBay, I don't really think you need like a niche to sell, because it doesn't really help like discoverability. Unlike YouTube, where like you want to post somewhat the same kind of content so that the YouTube algorithm understands what you do. eBay, I feel like it just does whatever. Oh, I must have an offer out on this. Yeah, I must. That means I can't edit anything really. So, yep, it'll have to wait because I can't edit anything, so. Well. Because surprisingly, it does get a lot of views, this stuff. Yeah, 62 views in 2 years. That's not bad. Let's see what this one's gotten. 18 views. You know, when's the last time I probably changed the price on this? Probably not. Probably a while ago. Let's get this and then do that. That coffee's starting to wear off. I had this morning. that's why I'm like, eBay, you can find almost anything on eBay, and it can be from anyone. It won't show you a seller just because that seller sells mainly Pokemon cards, you know? It'll show you whatever you look up. But with like YouTube, you look up Pokemon cards and it'll bring up YouTubers that do Pokemon card content. Same with my channel. I have one video, which is a tutorial on how to download anime videos off of High Anime when it existed. And that one has 7,000 views. And if I ask my YouTube studio what I'm known for, or like how would it describe my YouTube channel, it always brings that up because it's my highest viewed video. So people that are looking up how to download anime videos probably get shown my YouTube channel. That's how I see the AI algorithm working on YouTube. Yeah, I know what you mean. It doesn't have just one search engine. Alright, let's see. So, will you do what I want you to do, or no? Yeah, looks good enough. We'll have to crop it like the other ones. That'll probably do right there. Yep. Yeah, and that looks like an AI description. At least one of the old ones. Because yeah, I originally got the idea for selling the dirt bottle on eBay from my father, because he sold a bottle of Mount St. Helen ashes from the volcano, and it was in a little bottle, and it clicked in my head like, hey, I have a bunch of glass bottles from an auction next door. Why don't I just get some red dirt from other side of Oklahoma, because we're heading over that way for something. And I just scooped up some dirt and threw it in a cooler and brought it home and sieved it and put it in bottles. So it's basically a search engine that references to multiple other search engines. Yeah. So, get something to drink real quick. And another thing I don't really do is promote on eBay. I just never saw the point of it when I could advertise for myself on Facebook. And then like some items I have the buy one get one like 20% off. It does pretty decent. Let's see though. I think that's actually a stock photo I found off the internet. At that time, I don't think I could have done a good photo like that. So. Yeah. Because honestly, I don't know how everything works with the algorithms and stuff and search engines. I'm just learning like what key terms work the best. That's all I care about. Like with YouTube, I gotta figure out what key terms people look up to find that kind of content. Edit, and let's see. I can make this photo look better. I don't think it did, sorta. And it did that weird cropping thing. And I just make it do this a little bit. There we go. That looks somewhat better. I didn't download the original image. Well, what we'll do is we'll duplicate it, head back, and do that. And it should have the same image. Yep, there we go. Can't remember where I got those light bulbs from. It's been so long. Huh? Well, hope you have a good time at the fish fry. Thanks for joining the live stream and chatting with me for a little bit. Oh, I should probably post on Facebook that I'm live. Should have done that. Let's just do a quick little. Thank you for subscribing, and like I said, hope you have a good time at the fish fry. I know those are typically good. We have one down here in Guyman every so often. They make some good fish, so. Let's see. I'll just record a video real quick for Facebook. Discard post. Going live right now. Can never do that the first try. Live right now on. I'm horrible at these intros, I tell you. Live right now on YouTube. I'm doing got the first part done. Always takes multiple tries for me. Live on YouTube right now, I'm just going through my eBay store, organizing my listings, and also answering questions about reselling or even gaming. So if you're bored and want something to do, come check out my live stream. I'll be live streaming until 5 p.m. So come check it out. Yeah, that's the best I can do. Still getting used to the intro stuff. Now just do the live now exclamation mark. Link in comments, because if you put the link in the Facebook description, it'll not promote properly. So yeah. Reseller. Trying to do this quick so I can get back to doing what I was doing on the eBay. And then live streaming. Looks good to me. Done. Post. Yeah, I don't even know how many people are actually watching the live stream now, but we have been making it a good fair way, because these do get views, right? And I didn't update this for no reason. We have 46 views over 2 years. Because like I said, the 46 views doesn't mean that only 46 people have actually viewed it. It's the fact that only 46 people have clicked it. So it's like there could be hundreds of people that see that listing. It's just only 46 of them actually clicked on it in the past 2 years. So yeah. Let me pin this in the thing. And then I'm going to remove that story. I'm going to add it in a specific way, being I know how stickers work on Facebook now. Yep, you can put a link, and you can add live like that. There we go. Add, and I just put a big button right there on top of my forehead. There we go. That'll do. Yep. Alright, back to the live stream. Hopefully music isn't too loud. Or it's hopefully still going. Looks like it is. Yep. And the music is just a copyright free playlist I found on YouTube. It's jazz music, royalty free background cafe. After the live stream, I'll probably put the link in the description just to credit the person. But I didn't think about that before the live stream, and I don't know how I could go about changing that now. So probably wouldn't be too difficult, but a little bit annoying. But let's get back onto what we were doing. So right here, we just take that again. And what am I doing? There we go. Oh, man, allergies are kicking up. It's pretty windy out today, so my allergies are kicking up a wee bit. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Keep that as a photo, but we'll also crop it a little, because I guarantee you it did that weird resizing thing, which I'm not a big fan of, but you just deal with what you gotta deal with. eBay's making the money, so if I can just deal with it instead of just complaining about it every day, which is what most people do nowadays, but which I find it funny on Facebook, oh man, is that most of the time I put sold listings up there to show like, oh, look at what I just sold today. And the thing is that the Nicolite bars I sold a while back on eBay, they got lost in the post office. They didn't know where it was. They completely lost it. And they didn't pay the insurance claim. So I completely lost money on all of it. And a couple weeks ago, I think it was, it finally showed up back in the mail. And we paid the buyer off. We gave him back his money, refunded him. And then the Nikolite bars just showed up a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, really? I was sort of peeved, so I made a Facebook post about it. And that Facebook post has been my most viewed post of this month. So, yeah. It's like, people love drama. That's why I'm learning about Facebook. Yeah, it's not getting many views. Maybe I lower the price. Yeah, maybe that's what I do. I didn't know you could edit like that. That's pretty cool. We'll lower it by $5 and see what happens. Because they pay shipping, so. Let's see. I think this should sell unless the book's outdated and most colleges don't use it no more. Which is a possibility. And not many people buy stuff from eBay, or people, I mean college students. Not many of them actually buy from eBay. I'm the oddball because a lot of them I bought from eBay because they're a lot cheaper than what the college stores wanted. And if they didn't give me a what's it called? I forget what it's called. It was like a coupon. I forget what the technical term for it is, but they give you a coupon for books on the bookstore of the OPSU. That's where I graduated from. They give you like a little coupon, and you can get your books for free technically. But what it does is I believe it sends the charge to your tuition, like your college account. So you don't have to pay out of pocket at the moment for textbooks, but you will have to pay it on your tuition before the semester ends. Or you won't be able to re-enroll for next semester. I don't remember what the thing's called, but anyways. This is one of the ones I bought on eBay, so I couldn't just sell it back to the bookstore. Oops. Control Z. AI description. Because like for YouTube with AI, which I think I've talked about in past live streams maybe, or even in other videos, is that I try to not use AI too much. Like the Pokemon, like Cobblemon Frontiers series, that is all done by me. Those thumbnails, all done by me. Now I might have YouTube make me a description, a title, and generate some tags, but I make it do that because the YouTube Studios knows more about the algorithm than I do. So that's why I let it do what it does. Then there's some points where I'm like, no, we're not going to use that one. That one doesn't actually make any sense. So even though I do get it to help me, there's certain points where I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to allow you to do that. And it's like, okay. So then I do it myself sometimes, but the thumbnails are 100% made by me for the Cobblemon Frontiers videos. Now the reselling videos, I'm experimenting right now. I'm doing A/B testing on those to see what people that watch the reselling content like. Do they like custom made thumbnails from me personally, or just AI thumbnails? Which, from what I've seen, they like the AI thumbnails. So I might stick with AI thumbnails, because I don't think reselling people that watch the reselling content really care if it's made by AI or not. They just want to see the reselling content. They don't want to get into that social media political stuff of like, is AI bad, is AI good? They just want to see the content. And as long as the content ain't fully AI, I don't think they care. That's my opinion on what I use AI for. Let's see. I don't know. You know, my eyes are getting tired now. Usually by now I walk away from the computer and go sit outside for a little bit, take a break, but being I'm doing a live stream, no possibility of doing that. I do that and I'll lose viewership. I'm actually going to close this out. I just realized I had that tab open. This doesn't really help me. Because I've noticed lately that YouTube's been auditing my watch hours from live stream. And I'm like, I stopped watching myself, because I used to watch myself on the phone to make sure the audio is properly set up and everything. And it's been doing some weird stuff. I gotta zoom that in. Let's see, there we go. That looks good enough. Yeah, that looks good. They used to have a whole giant Jurassic World and Jurassic Park collection. And at a certain point, it got to where it was too much and I didn't have enough storage, so I just sold away all the Jurassic World merchandise. While the Jurassic Park stuff, I have it in a tote down here by my dresser. And I was thinking about selling some of that, because honestly, I was thinking to myself, like, it's just sitting there in a tote, not really being shown to anybody. It's not really being seen by me either. I know it's down there, but it's like, what purpose does it have down there? If you're gonna have a collection, you should have it to where you can display it. And that's one of the things I don't display, but I still call it one of my collections. And I'm like, I should probably just sell it one of these days. And being I run this eBay, I'm like, it won't be that hard. Because Jurassic Park merchandise is sought after. The one collection I do display the most is my paperweight collection. It sounds weird, but yeah, I collect paperweights. Mainly the like colorful hand-blown glass ornaments, or not ornaments, paperweights. But yeah, I got a couple. One of my aunts gave me 2 of them. Apparently, I think the story goes it came from my grandmother, one of my grandmothers. Can't remember the full story, but yeah. She always told me, if you ever do decide to get rid of your paperweight collection, get those 2 paperweights back to me. I'm like, sounds good. Wasn't gonna argue with her, you know. Oh, I remember when these were listed. This is when I broke both my legs. Yeah. Because I did this, because there's the dresser I'm talking about. That's in my room. And the tote's like back behind this chair right here. So, yep. Yeah, this happened back when I was rehabbing and trying to get my legs to work again. Honestly, I'm gonna lower the price of that. What was I thinking? Yikes. Apparently the legs weren't the only thing that got damaged back then. Right now in my earpiece, I'm listening to the radio, and Jelly Roll came on. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a possibility of editing that, but I might crop it just to make it look a little more professional instead of showing everything on there. This, maybe like that. Yeah, I think that'll do, right? Now let's see if the AI will do it properly. Nope. Nope. Still no. But we'll take that. We will take that. And we'll lower the price of it so that it might sell now. Where's the price at? So let's go through. Lower it down by $10 and see what happens. One thing I recently heard is that if you list something on eBay, it technically like ups your promotion on eBay. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. That if you list an item every day, your promotion, like eBay will promote your listings more. I don't know if that's true. It makes sense because a lot of other websites do that, like Facebook and YouTube, they do that. If you don't post nothing on YouTube in a while, your viewership will just go sinking down, and after a while it'll stop promoting your videos and you'll become a dead YouTube channel. And Facebook, I know they do it because it's annoying. Like, you have to, after doing a post on there, you have to spend like 20 to 30 minutes liking and commenting on other people's posts to show you're a part of the community. And I did that for a while, and my Facebook was popping off. But once I started doing YouTube, I didn't have enough time for Facebook, so it's like, can't really do much. Actually, real quick, let's see. How many views have you gotten over the years? 26. And you're how much? $20. It's one of those. I actually had 2 of these, and one of them did sell this year, so I might leave it up here and give it a shot. Because there was a thing where when I was closing down the yard sale and I was getting rid of a lot of the items, I did create like a second chance program for a lot of my items. And what I did was, if there's some items in the yard sale that had potential, I put them in a pile in a box and basically listed them up on eBay after I got done clearing out the yard sale. So that was like the total point to where I was like, okay, I'm just gonna start over and just do eBay, just nothing else, eBay. So then I started listing some of the items from the yard sale onto eBay, and a lot of them have sold. Why did I do that? Ugh. I'm getting tired. Ugh. It's only 3 o'clock. Oh. But yeah, let's see. I'm hoping to get this done like next week to know what items I can throw in the yard sale and what items I'm keeping on eBay. I told my father, because he also gets on my eBay account, I told him, don't remove any of my listings. If you see them unlisted or unsold listings, do not touch them. Just trying to see if there's anything I can change to give it a bump, but I don't think there is. Yeah, and that looks good. I'll leave it at 19. Yeah, it does weigh quite a bit. Just makes sense for the shipping. Shipping nowadays is outrageous. What time is it? Like, yeah, it's almost 4. It's 3:45 here. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee real quick. Go make me a cup. And I'm also gonna do something else on Facebook real quick as well that I just realized. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share the, I gotta go onto my actual Facebook account and share it with friends and friends and family. Big Nate Steals. How do I get to it? Does not make it easy to get to it. Pages. There we go. And we're gonna share this and it's doing that weird thing on Facebook. I might have to clear cache. Oh no, it's doing that thing. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go make coffee real quick, guys. If you want to check out my eBay whilst I'm gone, you can type in into the chat exclamation eBay, and Nightbot will bring it up to show you the eBay link, and then therefore you can click on it. I'll be back in a second, guys. Alright, hopefully y'all can hear me. I'll check OBS real quick and see if the bar is moving. Yes, it is, so you guys can hear me. Good. Good, good. Alright, where were we? The cup. Now that I got coffee, I should be able to run for a little bit longer. Even though I don't think it's really me getting physically tired, I think it's my eyeballs. But it makes sense that I'm staring at a big white screen. So... It did pretty good. We'll take it. I've been meaning to do this for a while and I just haven't done it. So I was like, I have to live stream something today and I don't really have much content planned for Kowloon, so I'm like, I should probably do something productive to my business. Put that there. And during this live stream, if you see something that you want to buy, or see something you want to leave me an offer on, go ahead. Just gotta type in !eBay and it'll bring up the eBay link. And you guys can see all my listings. And like, you could also pause the live stream, see the item title, and then once you get to my eBay store, you can type that into the search bar and it'll bring it up on my store. So let's see. That looks good. Well, actually, how many views has that gotten? Did I just add that for no reason? No, it's getting views. It's just not as of these 7 days. Not as of these 30 days. When was the last view? Last 6 view was like 90 days ago. Okay. Ain't great, but it's decent. Ugh, dang it. Don't need to be yawning. I got 2 hours or so. No, just an hour left to go. But yeah. This up a little bit now that I stretched upwards. There we go. Because like, I wish I could share the music that's playing in my ear set right now, or in my earbud right now, but that is a definite copyright strike right there if I do that. So let's see. That looks good. Wish I would have took a picture of this on my bed back then. I wish I would have took it on a table or something. Okay, looks good to me. Media mail. Let's drop it down. Because I think that's the price I somewhat paid for it, so it's like, probably should mark it down. If I want it to sell. If it's still relevant, actually, because, like I said, that was a while ago. When was it? 2022. And for a textbook, that is quite a while ago. Because they make new textbooks like every 2 years, it feels like. Remember, there was one professor at OPSU, I'm not going to name names, but he wanted me to buy this like $200 textbook, and I'm like, no, no, because the thing is that's what it was called, a voucher, not a coupon. OPSU gave you a voucher, $500 voucher, or I don't know if I had a special thing with like student loans or anything, but I got a $500 voucher, and 200 of it was going to be spent on that textbook, and then there was like 3 other textbooks I had to buy that semester, and I'm like, I'm not going to have any money to buy all those ones. So what I did was I bought the other 3 textbooks, and then I bought that one online, which I couldn't find it online, which was the weirdest thing. So I sort of figured he had somewhat of a sketchy deal going on the side. I'm not, like I said, not gonna name names, but and not gonna be like accusing them of anything, but yeah, just was a little suspicious where I could only buy it through the bookstore and I couldn't buy it online, but I was able to find a digital copy online. After like strenuous amount of searching, I found one. But yeah, it took a while. And I didn't like that situation. Oh yeah. Oh, let's see. Will you do it? Or are you gonna focus on this? You're gonna focus on this, aren't you? Yep. Can I crop that out somehow? Can you do it again? And see if you crop that out? Yep. Good enough. That'll do. I think adding clean photos to the main photo is a good idea on eBay. Even though it probably makes you look like more of a retailer than a reseller, which could have its advantages and its disadvantages. Because I think a professional looking photo is good for like trust in the customer. Like it makes them go, oh, look at that product, he took a good picture, that means he cares about his items. And yes, I do care about my items, but it's like it shows them that. But it can also show them like, oh, he's trying to act like a retailer, he's probably charging a butt ton of money. No and yes, I charge a fair price, you know? They don't call me Big Nate's Deals for a reason. But to keep this up, I have to make a profit, so I still have to charge a good amount. Like, yeah, I probably got it for nin to nothing, but I gotta make a profit, or why even do it, you know? That's what I don't like about some people on the internet, where they're like, well, resellers are the worst thing to ever happen to thrifting and all that stuff. I'm like, no, you're just mad that you can't get the gumph to do it. That's the thing. People complain and complain, but when you show them how to do it and tell them how to do it, they don't want to do it. And it's like, well, then don't complain. That's my opinion about those people. It's like, just because I have the gumption to actually get on eBay, buy money, and list items, doesn't mean I'm the bad guy. Now, like, Pokemon card, can't speak. Pokemon card scalpers, I hate those people. Like, don't even associate them with us resellers. They're nothing like us. Like, heck, At Walmart, I went and got clearance on the Christmas ornaments, and I was getting all the popular names, and a lady was there collecting one of each. She collected Hallmark after I spoke to her, and I was nice enough to show her my card and be like, is there any you want, or like any you don't have? And I was nice about it, you know? I was like, what a scalper would have done is hit his cart and would have been like, no, you can't see my items, you know? But I was like, you want any of them for your collection? You know, like, just take them if you want them. Because it was not one of those situations where I was like financially fully invested, you know? At an auction, yeah, a lot of us know each other, and but right as that auction starts, we're like frenemies. Like, if we both want the same item, I don't care who you are. You know, it's like, we're gonna go for the same item, we're gonna go for it, you know? But at the end of it, we'll go, man, you got a great deal on that, you know? Yeah, and we'll just give a little banter to each other. So it's like, yeah. Resellers are nothing like scalpers. That's why they have a different term than reseller. But I've seen a lot of people associate us with them. I'm like, no, do not. We are not nothing like them. Which, speaking of scalpers, I think there is a scalper in Gaiman. Because I go to Walmart every so often just to see if they have Pokemon cards. Every time I go, nothing. And there was one time on the Walmart app that they said they had some, but they didn't. And I'm like, that's a little sus. But, yeah. I got a little bit more off the image, but I don't know, sort of looks better. Sort of. But, you know. Because honestly, I've been needing to do this for a while. There's another project I need to do, which I am really not looking forward to. And that's actually organizing my eBay area. Because right now, if I sold something, unless I have a somewhat time frame, like when I bought that item, I have no idea where it is over there. And it's like a I Spy game when I go over there to look for an item I sold. I think it was yesterday. I sold a little Stingray, like, toy car. I forget what brand, but yeah, I was looking for it. Spent like an hour or so looking over there just to find out it was in the one place that I was like, it's probably not in there. It was in there. And I'm like, I need to organize. Because, yeah. What I'm thinking is doing is organizing it by, like, category. Like, toys over here, clothes over here, blankets here. You know, like, category-wise. Because I don't have it set up to where I could probably do an inventory system. If I was doing an inventory system, I could probably become a full-fledged business by now. But, no. Because I'm slowly running out of room over there, and I'm needing to upgrade eventually. Which, another thing I'm not looking forward to. There's a bathroom over there that is no longer usable. And me and my dad are like, we could probably tear that down and make that more room for the eBay. But it's like, we have to get the time and the energy to go over there and knock it down in as professional of a way we can. Instead of just going over there with a sledgehammer and just hitting walls. Get some power saws out and start cutting them down. But yeah, that's gonna take a lot of time, and being it's summer now in Oklahoma, it's freaking hot out here. So it's like, no, thank you. Probably drop the price on these too. And these are one of the items that I'm wondering, is it still set to priority mail? Let's see. Yeah, it's set to ground advantage, which surprising. There we go. Let's see if it'll do the AI. Probably not. Oh wait, wow, no, it actually did. Makes it look silver though, but go right there. There we go. That should be good enough. I'm still looking into more music, hopefully some more upbeat music, because I don't think this jazz music is upbeat enough. So I'm probably gonna look into getting some more like upbeat music. Oh, man. Oh, my back is killing me now. What's horrible about this room is there's no ventilation in here, so and that's a professional enough stock photo, so I'm not gonna touch it, because obviously that isn't one of my photos. Knowing me, I most likely got it from somebody else, so yeah. Yep, got that from somebody else too. But it looks good enough, so leave it the same. Because typically if I can avoid taking photos, I'll just get it from somebody else. As long as it doesn't have a watermark, I see it as public domain. So as long as it perfectly matches my item, I don't see what's wrong with it, you know? So you actually, let's click on this. You're one of the items that might be unlisted. No, you actually have quite a bit of views. Why have you not sold yet? A lot of people have clicked on you, but let's see. As of this year, or past year, 52. As of these 6 months. Not really that much. Hard to say. Maybe updating it'll help it, but that's an if. It might not. And honestly, it's a pretty horrible photo. I don't understand why I'm so tired. I got like 7 hours of sleep, which is more than I typically do. I'm like, why am I so tired lately? Wake up. Come on. Yeah. Full live stream to do still. That's a pretty good, it did pretty good on that one. I'll give it that. But it makes it awkward to crop. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Man. A little bit at that car accident, I didn't take all that great of photos. Huh. Let's do that. hyphen just to show. I'm gonna update this a little bit and say like seafoam green, because it looks seafoam green to me. Maybe add in a keyword there to make it pop a little. Yeah. Copy this. Make the AI description pick up on that seafoam green. Did it pick up on the seafoam green? Yep, it did. Paste. I would have live streamed on Twitch today as well, but I'm still trying to figure that system out and everything, and just haven't gotten to it. I've been busy with college, dealing with personal life stuff, and then trying to get eBay organized. Because like I said previously in the live stream, editing reselling content is a lot more trickier than gaming content. Gaming content is recorded through this microphone, so I can basically just adjust the audio on the Filmora and it works. But the audio on the GoPro is like muffled like this, so you can barely hear it, and it's like I just gotta do a voiceover at that point. So it takes a lot longer to do voiceovers than the gaming videos picking up on my voice properly, or as best as I can get it. 34. Honestly, these aren't doing too bad, but I might lower the prices of them. They probably don't have much invested in them. The problem with some of these older listings is I don't keep track of how much I spent on them. So I'm like, is this too little of a price? Yeah, like recommended price $29.98. It's like, but if I have mine for $20 and it ain't selling, how is that the recommended price? You know, like, I don't think so. And we'll lower this to $24.99. And then, how many views does this one get? I think there's only one of these, so it has quite a bit of views. So let's see. Let's just put $19.99. Submit. Back is killing me. And I told myself before I did the live stream I was going to put a butt cushion on my chair because my tailbone starts dying if I sit in this chair too long. So, hopefully I think I'm still in camera. I should be. Let me... Yeah, I'm still in camera. Let's see. Use you and get this. Because I love this little extension. If you guys don't know about this extension and you're going into reselling on eBay, this thing is amazing. Because it doesn't just copy your photos, it'll copy anybody's photos, which is super powerful. Being eBay blocks saving photos and stuff. I don't see why that's a big problem. Because technically, I think they should make it to where if you post a picture on eBay, it is technically public domain. I think that's what they should do. But then again, what am I gonna do? Or, you know, like, I don't know all the like laws and stuff about property and stuff. There might be a reason they do that, but I don't care. If I use an AI generated photo, I typically state that I used the AI generated photo. But the only time I use AI generated photos are when I'm like displaying clothes or jewelry. Like, I'll tell the AI generator to be like, hey, put this shirt on a guy, you know, and then I'll crop out the guy and just put him wearing the shirt. I'll like cut his face away and all that, so that it doesn't look like I'm posting a human on eBay. Honestly, this coffee ain't doing nothing. And it set us back to the top. I didn't even look to see how many views this thing has. I was thinking about doing like listing of the day and like putting it up on Facebook, but I don't know how to do that really. I could probably just basically go like something like this. Let's duplicate this so we don't lose our spot. Where would it be though? What would be the quickest and fastest way? Right here. Social. I have it linked to my Facebook and YouTube as well if the listing has a video, which most of my new listings have videos. Which there's some of my new listings now. If you guys want to check those out, all you gotta do is type in exclamation eBay. Oh. Lost its connection. I have to relink it. That's interesting. But yeah, like if I wanted to do it, I could do create post. Wait for it to load. And then video post. And then YouTube. Listings. Let's do... Which one has the most views on eBay right now? None. Let's do this one. I'll just do this real quick. I think I gotta move the chat real quick. Yeah, I gotta remove the chat because that's where the button is. So it pulls up the video. And I typically just do this. Use AI caption. And it gives me 3 suggestions. I just read over them a little and go, that looks like good. That looks good. Yeah, I like the top one because it mentions uranium and Vaseline. And even though it's, I believe, just Vaseline, I wanted to mention uranium as well because that'll bring in the people that want uranium glass. Now, what I do is I typically edit the hashtags just because, but then like Vaseline glass, antique glass, I'll be looked up. Collectors stuff, no. What you do is collectibles, because that has a high search term. Typically what I do for like the last hashtag, because you only want to do like 3 to 5 hashtags on either a Facebook post or even like YouTube description. So hashtag entrepreneur. There we go. Well, even glass I'll get rid of. Or maybe I'll just do that. Let's see. I don't think antique. Well, antique will probably do better than just that. And glass will probably do better than that. Well, no. Collectibles will probably do better, actually. And then hashtag reselling. And that'll get it to go to people that like reselling content. Right there. And then it basically comes in and says, you want to make a title for this? Yeah. We'll just do rare, antique, Jefferson, Vaseline, opal, coral, bowl. And we'll get rid of this end part, put exclamation mark, and maybe get it to do an emoji. Let's do the sparkles. And that'll look good on a YouTube short. And people in blogs, yeah. And you can schedule a post when you want it to go up, but I'm just going to post it now. It'll post to my YouTube channel. That's what I did for the PS4, and that video, I think, as of last time I looked, had like 1,500 views, which vertical shorts on YouTube don't really help my goal, because if you didn't know, my goal is to get to 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours by the end of this year. And you'll probably be thinking, why so specific? Because I want the shopping tools, super chats, and unlock those features. But to do that, I have to reach those goals. And that's why I'm trying to push as much content as I can. And that's why I'm not focusing on Facebook as of much lately, because I've realized I have a higher chance of like creating a living through YouTube. Not right now. Honestly, Facebook is probably better for me, like short-term wise, probably better. But long-term wise, YouTube's probably better. Because Facebook, the way they word their like ad program, I'm not a fan of. They make it seem like they just choose whenever they feel like it to bring you into the program. YouTube, you hit these specific goals and you're in our program, you know? Not Facebook. They say, oh, once you get up there in views and followers, we'll look at your application. It's like, it's not like oh, you get to this amount of viewers, you get this followers, and you're in. No, it's like, and we'll look at it. That's not reassuring to me. I don't like that. So I'm like, not gonna focus on Facebook all that much after reading that. I'm like, that sounds like some lawyer gibberish. Where like, oh yeah, we're not making a guarantee, but if you do this, we'll take a look at it. That's like the people at yard sales when you tell them a price and they put it back on the table and go, oh, I'll think about it. That is basically, no, I don't want it no more. You know, everybody knows what that is at the yard sale and like estate sale business. Oh, I'll think about it. Just say, no, I'm not interested. Sorry. You know, it's like we all know what you're thinking. It ain't my first rodeo. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, most of these descriptions I did edit to the AI description a long time ago. We're gonna lower the price of this because that just doesn't seem right. At the time it might have, because I do a pretty good amount of research on a lot of this stuff. And typically it does go for the price that I have it set for, but markets can lower, markets can jump up. It's like, so you gotta keep a track of your items. And like I said earlier, I basically just threw stuff up on eBay and just paid it no attention until it sold. Now I'm trying to get it to where I'm like focusing on it, looking at analytics, seeing like, oh, if I post this many posts on Facebook this week, how many sales will I make in a month? I'm actually keeping those kind of reports. My one regret, I'd have to say that I went to an auction and there was a pallet full of molds, like the stuff you stick it in and it molds to a shape, a bunch of chalk molds, and it was of random different like figurines. Two of them were like a wolf and eagle peace pipe, and I thought they were pretty cool, and I'm like, oh, I could probably sell those for a lot. So I think I spent about $80 on them. And yeah, I had to practically beg a person to take it from me for $50 at a yard sale. Because they were big, they were getting tedious to carry around. And that's when I was like new and like probably like 2000, probably 2010 or 2011 when I just started doing auctions and estate sales. So I didn't really know what stuff went for back then. And Google Lens didn't exist back then. That's another thing. Google Lens didn't come out until, I want to say 2015. When did Google Lens come out? 2017. Even though I think the prior owners to Google Lens before Google bought it had it in development in like beta 2015, because I remember in 2015 there was something in computer class we were playing with that was exactly like Google Lens, and I'm pretty sure Google Lens bought them. But yeah, it was like chalk molds, a big pallet of them, paid $80 and was only able to make $50 off of all of them, mainly because I didn't think that it was a niche to, I have to find a person to buy it. Like, yeah, they're cool looking, but who's gonna actually spend money on it and use them? Yeah, I didn't think about that, and I'm like, after that I realized my mistake. Yeah, that's one of the biggest ones I can think of. Yeah, there's a bunch of minor ones. What I always say is you live and learn when it comes to this business. If you take a hit to the chin, just walk it off and just keep buying. Because yeah, that's the most important thing about this kind of business. Reselling is all about learning, and you can't learn if you don't get hit every so often. Like, I still make mistakes some days because I'll look at Google Lens and go, oh yeah, it says $50 on there. But I don't technically look at like sold listings on eBay, and then I get on sold listings after I bought the item and it goes for a lot less. Who died? I haven't heard of anybody. Typically I get my news from like Facebook, and I haven't been on there besides posting that I'm live. Oh, don't tell me eBay went down. Don't you? Oh, never heard of them. I'll look them up. See if I should recognize them, because sometimes I don't recognize people's names. I recognize their face. Kyle Busch. I'm not a really big NASCAR watcher. I think that's what he was. Oh, he's a stock car driver. Yeah, I'm not a big like race car watcher. But Well, yeah, it's a shame that I've seen a lot of celebrities lately passing away. I didn't see what caused it. They just say severe illness. That sucks. But hey, we all die eventually. Just sucks. He was pretty young, from what it looked like on here. How young was he? Not that young. $41. Well, yeah, technically young. Middle age, I'd say. 41, I think, is middle age. That's pretty young. Well, let's see. Oh. Or is that the same photo? Did I already throw the photo up here? No, it's just another photo that looks very similar. Oh. Man, that's horrible then. Yeah. Because I've never really been in NASCAR, but I've watched a couple. Like, whenever my father has it on TV, I do like the dad thing, and I'll just walk in and just stand there and watch it. Even though I'm 24, I've gotten into that habit to where if I see something on TV, I just stand there and watch it, and it's like, I'm not even that entertained by it, but I'll watch it. It's weird. But, yeah. Yeah. Just editing my eBay listings and trying to see which ones I want to remove and put them in the yard sale later this month. So that's good enough views to stay on there. Yeah. And at auctions, what I do is I just sit back after I do all my research and figuring out what items I'm going to go after, and I pay attention to what other people are looking at. And you can always read their body language to see if they're actually interested in it or not, or if they're like, yeah, that's pretty cool looking, but meh, you know. You can always tell, especially if they're whispering to their significant other. You can't hear them, but the fact that they're whispering whilst looking at an item typically indicates they're interested. So it's like, you learn in that trade that keeping a poker face is everything. Because I've even noticed when I look at something, I look to like a group of people and I see them looking over at me, I'm like, yep, they spotted me. So, yeah. And I loved being a little troll back in the day, and you'd know people from the auctions after a while, even though you're technically like competitors, you're also sort of friends. And RIP to Matthew Brown, but he was always fun to hang out with at the auction, and he sadly passed away due to cancer. And I'd always go up to him whenever he was looking at something. I'd go, "So what are you going for? How much is that going for?" And super loud so everybody could hear it. And it was just a little bit of a pain in the butt. When auctions are super boring and you have to sit there for like 6 hours to 5 hours, you try to find ways to entertain yourself. Because that's why I always tell people, like, yeah, auctions aren't all that fun, but if you have the patience to wait there and get the items that you want and can make money off of, they're great. And you also gotta be able to understand the auctioneer. If you don't understand the auctioneer, you ain't getting nothing at that auction. It took a while for my father to finally start picking up on the auctioneer, because I can proudly say that I've gone to more auctions than my father. And he's 69 years old. So, yeah. But yeah, it's just one of those things, like, you just pay attention to people talking at auctions. Their body language also is great to pay attention to. Yeah, it seems about right price. Yeah. Alright. But yep. Currently I'm working on an auction video right now. Right now it's just the preview part of the auction, where you look around and just look at all the items. But I'm trying to figure out a good balance between preview and bidding process. I'm trying to figure out a balance between that. Because I've noticed in the previous auction videos I've posted, there's a little bit of a analytical dip whenever, like, the auctioneer will explain the item and show off the item, and then he'll start doing his auction chant, and then from there the viewers drop, and then it goes to when he sells the item. That's when they get back to it. So it's basically they want to hear what the item is, see what the item is, and then hear what it's sold for, instead of hearing the like 5-minute auction chant. They don't want to hear about that. So I'm trying to find a great balance between that, and the best balance I can come up with is, like, if the auction chant only lasts for like 30 seconds, keep it in. But if it lasts anywhere longer than that, cut it out as best as I can, and like just transition it to when he says sold $15 or something, you know? That's what I'm trying to figure out a great balance to. Because a lot of it is just looking at the YouTube analytics and seeing what people watch and improving upon it. And I've noticed some other resellers on YouTube do it differently, but it's where sort of like they have enough subscribers and people that watch their content to where they can sort of post like raw footage and still get thousands of views. So it's like they don't gotta care at this point. But like a starting off YouTuber like me, I have to, because I gotta work with the new audience nowadays, where not many people have long attention spans. And I'll even admit I don't have a long attention span either. I always said I would never get on TikTok, and yeah, don't say never, because I got on TikTok and yeah, my attention span is garbage now. Looks pretty good. You gotta crop it down or it'll make it look weird. Because typically it's easier to do this on the phone, but it's decent enough on the computer. The thing with eBay is there's certain things you can do on the phone, then there's certain things you can do on the computer. Like, you can do all of that on the phone and a little bit easier on the phone, but when it comes to like the AI description, a while ago it wasn't actually on the computer, it was only on the phone. And then I think, I could be wrong, like 2024, like the end of 2024, they added it to the website. So yeah. And then one thing you can't do on the phone is, like, if you need to exclude a location, you can't do that on the phone. You have to do it on the website. It's weird. And then you can only post videos in your eBay listing on the computer. You can't do it on the phone, which I'm like, how they haven't done that yet, I don't know. Like, you can put YouTube videos on YouTube through the phone. It's like, why can't you do that through the eBay app? It's like, I don't understand, but can't live without eBay, but you wish you could some days. Especially that one day recently where they got hacked or whatever, and a lot of eBay sellers couldn't actually access any of their listings or switch out of their accounts. There's a whole big issue with that. It was like irritating for me and my father because we both sell on eBay. He mainly sells like coins and SD cards. I sell a little bit of everything, as you can clearly see. I got toy cars here, vases here, and then porcelain elephants down here. It's like, I sell a little bit of everything. But yeah, we sold some stuff that day, and we were trying to switch accounts to print it out on the printer, and it just wasn't happening. Because we couldn't switch accounts because of the whole lockup and everything. But there is another story, like I was thinking about the regrets you asked about, and it isn't a regret, but it is a interesting story. It's like one of my proudest moments and one of my regrets. It's like a half and half. It made me profit, a bunch of profit, but it peeved my mother at the time. It really did. It really irritated her. Because I went over her orders and she told me no, and I said yes, and I bought an item at auction for like $80. It was a Dukes of Hazzard diecast car. And at the time, I knew the controversy of the Confederate flag was being thrown up in the air and everything, all that controversy. And I knew they sold for a lot on eBay. So I went through with it and bought it for $80 and then sold it for like $250 on eBay. And even though I made buku profit on it, my mother would still never let me let it down. She just always brought it up. I'm like, but I made profit. And she's like, I don't care, you didn't listen. I'm like, yeah. That's how I'm doing it nowadays. Because back when we first started going to auctions and stuff, we just bought everything for like $2.50, maybe $5 here and there, but we just bought stuff cheap. We were the vultures of the reselling community. We didn't buy nothing for a lot of money. But then I realized if I actually do my research properly, I could actually spend a little bit more money and make more money. So that's what I started doing, and I'm doing pretty good at it. Because I think that's when Google Lens, like, I think it happened when Google Lens came out. And I looked it up on Google Lens and saw the sold profits of it. And I was like, I should buy this. And I went over her head and bought it for $80. And I got a lecture that night. Because me and my mother were business partners, but sadly, she passed away to lung cancer as back in 2021. It's been a while. So yeah. But me and her were the original ones that created the yard sale. Then I turned it into Big Nate's Deals to give it a name. And then 2018, I saw how great my father was doing on eBay with his coins and SD cards, and I said, why can't I do it with my items? So I then started listing some of the higher value items on eBay, which sounds horrible. Like, yeah, I'm listing the high value items and putting all the garbage in the yard sale. But not really. There was items in the yard sale that just weren't shippable. You know? It's like there's shippable items, and then there's items that you don't even want to think about shipping. It's a nightmare. So I put those items in the yard sale and the shippables on eBay. Like brand new products, I would list on eBay, but like tools and like random knickknacks, I would put in the yard sale. But yeah, we started doing that, and then 2021 is when she passed away, and I fully took over, and I started doing Facebook, I think in 2020. Yeah. I actually did pretty well. Surprised. Usually it makes the t-shirts look weird when you do this, but should probably get this one up on Poshmark once they unban me, because I think they banned me again, all because I used Navajo to in a listing for a sterling silver bolo tie. I put Navajo in the title, and I think that's what got me banned. And they haven't replied to me, and it's been 24 hours, so it's like, oh, wonderful. They're taking their sweet time, as per usual. I'm like this close to leaving Poshmark, because I'm just getting frustrated with it. I got my boxes out of them, and I might just use them for eBay and delete Poshmark. If I'm gonna give them, once they unban me again, if it happens a third time's you're out. I'm done. You know, at that point, you should have fixed your system by now, because technically they have all right to ban me, because my original account, when I did test out Poshmark back then, did technically break a policy, because I did post something that was technically racially motivated, I guess you could see it as. But there are other people on that platform that listed the same exact thing, and they didn't get in trouble, so I figured it was fine. You know? When I read the policy about no, like, racism, treat everybody respectfully stuff, I thought, yeah, that's if I used, say, the N-word in the description or title. I didn't. I used African American in the title, and used Americana. I didn't say Black Americana. I said Americana, because that's technically what it was. And it was an Aunt Jemima salt and pepper shaker, which right there is why they flagged me, because probably Aunt Jemima, because Aunt Jemima is seen as racist nowadays, which after I got banned, I actually did research into why Aunt Jemima's racist, and I went, yeah, they had all right to ban me, because I was like, I did not know all of that. Apparently, Aunt Jemima was a stereotype back in the day, and they used it as like a mascot for their company, but it was a stereotype, so yeah. stereotypes don't go over so well. So I can understand like why they banned Aunt Jemima now. I can see it. But yeah, the fact that you can't list anything with Aunt Jemima in it is a little irritating, because technically it is a part of history, and it's like I'm starting to get tired of people trying to delete history. It's like, it's not your web browser. We can't just delete all the world's history, you know? It's like, ugh. Problem with people nowadays, you know? But anyways, before I get onto a rant about the world, let's keep going. Yeah, what I think I had these, I collected Legos back in the day, if I remember correctly. And I still remember one of my best friends back in the day stole a bunch of them, which is why we're no longer best friends, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's the reason. I think the second reason was he released my dogs one time outside the gate, and they ran towards the highway. Luckily, none of them got ran over. But yeah, that works pretty well. There we go. And we'll drop it down like that, and boom. It did a little mess up on right there, all because that black bar is like right there, but it ain't that noticeable, and if anything it'll look like a glare, and like that's why I always post the original image after it, so that if it does alter in some way they can see the original and get a better accurate representation of the item. Because that looks good as like a main photo when people are scrolling through the listings, but up close like this right here, that looks horrible. But from scrolling through all the listings, that looks perfect. That's why I do that, so they can go, oh, that's what it really looks like. Okay, cool. But yeah, and it's another one of those ones that don't have an AI description. I like using the AI description for these because it's less typing for me, and it gives a pretty good description of the item. Back then when it first came out, you had to really read it because it would mess up every so often. So you'd have to be like, no, that ain't what I said, and you'd have to change it or delete it. But nowadays it's like 98% accurate. They've improved quite a bit. I'll give them that. I'll give eBay that. It's like, they did pretty good on that. A lot of Lego characters. I was really into listing Lego characters at that time. But I think I had a lot more on here, so a lot of them did sell. A good bit of them did. What time is it? It's almost 5, but I might go a little bit longer until I sort of start dozing off. Stretch. There we go. So I also need to start editing the auction video again. So I want to try to get it out by Sunday, and it's like, I got some stuff to do tomorrow, and I don't know how long that's going to take, so we'll have to see. But yeah, if you guys join my Discord, I typically announce if there's something in the schedule. Like, hey, I'm not going to go live this Friday. I'm having to go to a estate sale or auction. Or due to a estate sale or auction, I'm not going to be able to make the reselling video this weekend. Stuff like that. I announce stuff like that on my Discord. Which, If you want to find my Discord, all you gotta do is type in !Discord, and Nightbot will give you the link. Okie dokie. Change the background. Yeah, I figured I had to do this sooner or later, and I was like, why not try to make a live stream out of it, make some content whilst doing it. Looks better than the R2-D2. But yeah, luckily, for like the auction videos, I have gotten pretty much permission for almost every auction now to record at, because I know the Gatlin family pretty well, and I've been a loyal customer of their auction for, honestly, I don't know how long, because I know they weren't like the original auction company me and my mother went to back in the day. That one was TNT Auction, and that one was based in Guyman, Oklahoma. But the Gatlin Auction's based in Colorado, but they come down to Liberal, Kansas, and we go over to Liberal and go to their auctions, because there's not many auctions in Guyman, Oklahoma anymore. After TNT Auctions stopped doing business, they no one's picked up the mantle. Now, like Terry Shore, he does auctions, but it's mainly giant farm equipment, and I'm like, I got no use for farm equipment. Now, if I see like he has a garage or shed full of car parts, I'll be like, you got my attention, you know, like I'm interested, you know, like car parts I can sell online. But if it's like mainly just tractors and big farm equipment, I'm like, nope, got no use for that. Because I know quite a bit of the auctioneers around here, and they're all pretty cool guys. Let's see. That looks decent. There we go. Looks good. Good enough. But not super amazing. And it's not gonna look super amazing because these are old photos, and I'll be honest, I didn't take all that great photos back then. Nowadays, I'd say I take pretty good photos now that I got the whole photo station over there. Which honestly wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be to build. When I first started the project, I thought, oh, this is going to take months to build, find the resources. No, it honestly wasn't. The longest thing was getting the fabric shipped in. Because in Guyman, Oklahoma, if it ain't at Walmart, you're not finding it. That's the only thing in this town. So it's like, you can't find what you need at Walmart, you're going to have to order it online. What is that all about? I have no idea. But, yeah. Yeah, right now everybody's just asking me what I'm going to be doing now since I graduated OPSU, and I keep telling him, like, yeah, I'm gonna focus on the reselling business. I'm gonna try to make this a living, even though I live in a small town and sourcing items is really difficult some days. But I'm like, maybe if I can grow enough popularity, I can just get people to start bringing me stuff. Because I have people that call me up and go, hey, Nate, you want to buy this? I'd be like, send me some photos. Or if I know them personally, I'll go over there and see what they have for sale. Like, one of my old teachers contacted me recently, and he's moving out and needed to get rid of a bunch of stuff, and I came over there and bought some of his stuff, and I made a video. I recorded some footage of like me unloading the items. I didn't want to record at his house. I felt like that would be rude, so I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. But what I did was, when I got back from his house and it was all in the back of the tailgate, I was like, let me get my GoPro on and I'll record myself unpacking it and maybe make like a unboxing video, which I already made an unboxing video. And looking at those analytics, definitely doing another one of those. That video was a stunning success, so it's like, we'll be doing another one of those, definitely. So yeah, so what I've learned about the reselling business is that people love watching the preview part and the like unboxing part. I think it's because I give commentary on it as well, and it's like, I don't see why my commentary is so like great, but heck, if people enjoy it, sure. I just talk about why I went for it, what I think about those items. Like in this recent video I'm editing right now, so a little bit of spoiler, there's a bunch of carnival glass and marigold glass, and I give my opinion on it and what I think about it, and I continue on with the video, you know. But speaking of that, it's like, my opinion on it is marigold glass is dime a dozen. It's literally everywhere. The value of that stuff has gone to nothing, basically. Even though, surprisingly, at that auction, you'd be surprised, it went for more than nothing, and I was just sitting there like, huh. So should I just stockpile all this stuff and then sign up with them to have auction? I'm like, I've had so much glassware like that stuff, and it doesn't sell, and it's like, but whenever it's at auction, it goes for tons of money. I'm like, okay, like, why? And then the carnival glass, it's in the same category, in my opinion. It's the same category as marigold, but it has a little bit more value because it is prettier. In my opinion, it's prettier. But yeah, because I did collect carnival glass back in the day. I have a chest full of carnival glass over in the house next door that I'm trying to figure out a way to get rid of, and I'm debating on signing up with Gatlin Auction and trying to get them to auction off, but I don't know. Gotta figure out how much they charge and all that, like, logistical stuff, and I just haven't gotten to it because right now it isn't in my way. It is and it isn't, but because right now it's underneath the photo station, and it would be nice to have some room for my legs under there, but it ain't an urgent thing. There's a lot more things I gotta get done instead of that. And I didn't do the background for that crossbow because it was making it look weird, so I didn't want to do it. Let's see if it can do Spider-Man properly. Yeah, looks good. A little hard to see the spider web, but it'll do. Then, like usual, add in the original photo after it so that they can't come at me for using an AI generated photo and not showing the proper item, because they can technically do that. And in eBay's policies, they do say that they will not help you if you use an AI image, which I don't know if that counts for the AI background. I don't know. Have not seen anything about that, and I haven't felt like it's urgent enough to ask them about it. So it's like, don't know what they consider AI generated. Like, is the background, AI generated background, safe? Or is it, are they just talking about like AI generated photos of like modeling, like people putting t-shirts on a AI generated person? That kind of AI generation. And that's what I think they're really talking about. Like, yeah, if you use an AI generation tool to put a shirt on somebody to model it, and it doesn't depict the shirt properly, and you don't like state that that's an AI generated photo, they won't help you. I think that's what they're trying to say. I don't think the AI background is a problem that they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we're not gonna help you with that. I think they will. They'll be like, that's just the background cut out. You know, it's like, because I've been only doing eBay for a couple of years, since 2018, and seller or buyers will complain about the weirdest things. I found that out because I always heard my father complain, like, I just got a negative feedback for this. I'm like, you know, looking at it like, why? You described it perfectly. And it's like, exactly. Even if you describe it perfectly, they're going to try to get a refund or report that item not as described so that you have to pay for it. Because whenever we do have somebody refund an item or like return an item, we try to get them not to put the item not as described, because if they put item not as described, the seller has to pay for the shipping when it wasn't the seller's mistake in the first place. You did not read the description, you are at fault, you know? It's not us. We described it perfectly, you just didn't read. So it's like, we always try to get them to mark it as another reason so that we don't have to pay the shipping. And then when they do, we don't refund them until it physically gets back to us. So we're going to try a special trick. Did I even download this, or was it too busy? No, I did. Okay. I was like, was I too busy yapping to actually do my job properly? But let me do this. Sometimes if you crop the photo, it'll focus harder and it won't get the hands. No, it's still getting hands. Filter it for now and see. Nope, it's still cannot them hands. It sees as a shadow, not actual like hands. Honestly, we might have to keep it that way. Yeah. Like I said, if I could retake photos of these, they'd come out way better. But being that would take like months to do, because I'd have to do it with all 1,400 listings. It's like, no. It's like, I'd be like mentally exhausted or like almost practically dead by the time I get done with that. It's like, no, not doing it. Heck, I'm surprised I have a battery life long enough to do live streams, and I barely do. Yeah, what else could I talk about? I'm trying to think of other topics. That's what I need to get better at, is just random topics off my head, which technically I am, but that's only when we're in the car and we're traveling somewhere, because my mother basically programmed into me while she's driving to the auction, I need to be in the passenger seat just yapping, talking about anything and everything. She doesn't care what it was, she just needed me to keep talking so it kept her awake. Because we'd be driving back home late at night and it'd get pretty dark out and we'd both be tired from the auction. I'd always keep yapping and keep her up so that we wouldn't go into the ditch. And it's still programmed into me. If we're on a long road trip, I yap up a storm. Which surprised a lot of people that used to know me. Because back when I was a kid, I was the shyest, most quiet kid ever. But honestly, it all changed when I got in that car accident back in 2020. Or was it 2021? So long ago, I can't remember. It was about the same time I think it was 2020. No, it was this like start of 2021. That's why it feels like it was in 2020. But yeah, I T-boned a cement truck, breaking both my legs. Basically, like shattered my like top right leg, and then left bottom leg. I split in half. Like here's the bone, and then just split it like that. Not like this, but split like that. And it was like, yeah, took a while to learn how to walk again. And now I can't lift over a certain amount of weight. Like I could lift a good bit amount. Like I'd say I could probably still lift 150 pounds if need be. But otherwise, oh no, I can't use that cropped out those. So nope. We'll just crop this and make it look better. But yeah, I can't do storage units like I used to. I used to do storage units back in the day. I actually had a deal with one of the storage units in town, where if I just cleaned up his storage units, his abandoned ones, I get them for free. It was a sweet deal, super sweet deal. But after the car accident, I can't risk the chance of there being a boat anchor in there. And if you don't know, boat anchor means giant box TV. Nope. Even a dresser would kill me. Even though with a dolly, I could probably handle a dresser and maybe even a couch, but it's still a risky gambit. You know, I don't want to promise to the guy like, oh yeah, I'll clean up the storage unit, and then not be able to do it, you know? So I had to back out of that deal. And he couldn't send me pictures in advance because the owner of the storage unit isn't actually in town. He's like somewhere in like the other side of Oklahoma. He just owns property out here and has people maintain it. And the guy that was maintaining it didn't know good enough English, I believe that's what he said, and couldn't communicate with me back and forth. So I was like, well, that sucks, but can't do it. So I just had to hyper focus on auctions and estate sales now. And whenever I see a good yard sale. Like I was telling somebody, the guy that was in the chat before, yard sales around here are all particularly closed, and I'm only just starting to dabble in clothes. That's why I'm on Poshmark now, And it's like, yeah, you can list them on eBay, but Poshmark is known for the clothing. That's why I'm like, I want to get into that, because if I can get into that, I can start making some good money with things that are easy to ship. So it's like, yeah. But if Poshmark keeps acting the way they're acting, it's like, I'm gonna get frustrated and fed up with it to where I'm like, I don't want to list on here no more. Like, I'm trying to bring over my expertise of reselling stuff to your company, and you guys keep banning me. It's like, just give me a warning, you know? Like, hey, don't use the word Navajo. Okay, I won't use Navajo. Because I have a feeling that's what it was. They haven't replied back to me. I haven't gotten an email, I don't think. Let me see. Nothing. Sent them the email, and they went, thanks for reaching out. We've received your email, and our team is working as quickly as possible to answer your questions. Our goal is to get back to you in less than 24 hours. However, evenings or weekends might take us a little longer. Last Saturday, they got back to me pretty goddamn quickly. The other time I got banned on there. And it's like, they should be able to get back to me on a Friday. Even though it's a weekend, technically. I consider Friday a weekend. Because it's like, yeah, kids have class on Fridays. They have school on Fridays. But that's like the end of the school week. So it's like technically a part of the weekend. And many grown-ups treat it as a weekend as well. Because like estate sales, typically they range from Friday to Sunday. So I consider it the whole weekend. Okay. And I've said previously, if you see any items on my eBay that you're interested in or want to shoot me an offer, just type !eBay into the chat, and Nightbot will send you a link to my eBay store. And then from there, just type in the title to my store search bar, and it'll most likely pop up. Should probably lower the price of this one. Yeah, probably should. Because, like, the thing with my price is, like, you might think, oh, that's unreasonable. Well, that's the price it was at the time. They were selling for that at the time, but markets change. So, it's like, could be higher, could be lower now. Don't know. I'd actually have to do physical research, and I don't want to do that for 1,400 items. And another thing I've noticed in the reselling community, and it's not even about like resellers, it's just about people in general, is that a lot of people have lost the ability to send offers, or like the know-how to negotiate. Because I've had many things on eBay where somebody sends me an offer and it's like somewhat reasonable, like half price, which some would say that's like horribly unacceptable, but I'm like, all right, that's at least an offer. At least they send me like $2, because some people have done that, and it's like, ugh. I have a $30 item and you send me a $2 offer, you're getting declined. But I have some people that send me, like, say I have it for $20 up there and they send me a $10 offer. I'm like, okay, at least you sent a double digit. So I'm like, I'll send you an offer of 18. And then they decline me. I'm like, you could have sent an offer of 15 and I probably would have accepted it. But it's like, you see that I sent you back a $2 less offer, which some could say, well, you did the same thing they do to you. And it's like, well, Technically, no. Technically, yes. But it's like people have lost the ability to negotiate. It's like, why have we lost that ability? And I think it mainly leads to the fact that society is losing the ability to communicate properly. And it's going to hurt more things than most people think. Whether you're thinking about politics, freedom of speech, it's going to be more things like social media. Nobody's going to want to communicate properly on here. And we're all going to shelter people. And it's like, just need to say what's true and just speak it, you know, or preach it, I guess, or whatever they want to say. It's just getting difficult sometimes to choose your words. Like, I know I haven't said anything this stream because I keep a filter on, but like, I typically cuss up a storm. I'm like a truck driver. I like the F word is just one of my vocabulary. It's in my vocabulary. It's like, it's not a bad word. Only time it's a bad word in my eyes is if I'm using it at somebody. But if I'm like, hey, that's effing amazing, I don't find that bad. But a lot of people would say, oh, you're saying a cuss word. I'm just describing how I feel about something. Now, if I was to say towards somebody, like, you're bleeping, then yeah, it would be bad. Like, you shouldn't do that. But it's like describing how you feel about something or using it as an emphasizer. It's called we need to get over ourselves. And just, it's a word. Just like, I don't consider damn. I'll stick to that. Damn is not a cuss word. Because every time somebody's told me damn is a cuss word, I'm like, you want me to prove you wrong right now? And I just look at them and they're like, no, no, no. It's like, yeah. Like, I got some other things on my mind that will make you faint. But I typically don't do that. Yeah, I can't do a background on this because of this plastic. So we'll just check the description. Looks good to me. And we'll lower it by $5. Let's see what happens. A little bit more coffee. Probably once I finish my cup of coffee, I'm probably gonna end the live stream, and I still got half a cup, so. But yeah, if any of y'all have any more topics you want to ask, go ahead. There we are. A little blurry, but should be able to do the AI background for this one. Trying to think of next weekend, like what the plan for next weekend is gonna be. Friday, I'll probably not do a live stream. Yeah. Probably not do a live stream Friday, but I might do a live stream Monday whilst recording for a video. I might do that. I gotta come up with something for Cobblemon Frontiers, though. Yeah. That's something I do gotta come up with. Yeah, that's probably something I gotta come up with. Yep. Because next Friday, I'll be going to an estate sale, I believe, and maybe that Sunday, I think there might be an auction. Yeah, I'll look into that. So it's like, yeah, when estate sales or auctions come up, I obviously change up my schedule a little bit. Because, like, I can't keep doing this YouTube stuff. This YouTube stuff ain't making me no money as of so far. But the one thing that is auctions and estate sales. So I obviously have to go to them to get stuff. Because so I always tell my father, it's always a missed opportunity if you don't go. It's like, yeah, you might not find nothing, but you never know. Because you might go and you might get a whole trailer full of car parts. You don't know. That's why I always try to tell him, it's like, I don't care what the auctioneer is primarily like advertising it for. You never know what's in the background that he ain't advertising. Because what I like about going to Gatlin auctions is Lance, Mike's son, Mike Gatlin, used to be the head auctioneer of Gatlin auction, but sadly he passed away. And Lance took over, and Lance does live streams like a day before the auction to show people all the items at the auction. And I love those live streams because I use it for research purposes, you know? I go on there and use Google Lens and go, okay, what's that item? How much did that item go for? And then I make a little research sheet to where I'm at the auction. I can pull it up and be like, okay, so I can spend that much on this item, make that much. Okay, let's go for it. And I know. And it sort of helps out with the videos because I don't have to sit there at every item with my phone just scrolling, and I still have to do that for some items because I don't see all the items during the live stream because he is going pretty fast. So yeah, it helps out, but it ain't 100% like research. Sometimes you have to do some stuff at the auction whilst you're there. But most of that I cut out of the videos now because I've realized nobody wants to see what I'm doing on my phone. They just want to see the items and go on with their day, you know? Yeah, it'll be another one I don't touch. Let's go down to the description and edit the description. Copy. Yeah, description and paste. And I hope the music is good, and I hope it's still playing, right? I think it is, right? Yeah, the infinite loop is working. Good. Good, good. Cause yeah. And I figured, like, the camera, I figured it'd be good to have it on, because it gives you something else to look at instead of just me going back and forth on my eBay screen. You get to see me physically, which I haven't done many, like, face cam videos on YouTube, mainly because this camera is horrible. But what do you expect from a $40 camera? It ain't gonna be great. The most expensive thing I technically spent on this whole setup was the computer itself, which I don't even know the technical full price, because I luckily bought the RAM sticks before the prices went way up in price. Luckily I bought them before that, because I don't want to even think about how much they go for nowadays. It's like, no. Which is another thing I've thought about, like, if I see a computer at an auction, I might just buy it nowadays to see if I can salvage the RAM sticks out of them. I've thought about that. And it's like, yep, if I see a tower, I'm gonna buy it. As long as they ain't overcharging it. Because sometimes at the auction, you just get somebody that wants to be a little pest. And they just bid you up for no reason. Except for the fact that they want it as well. So I guess that's a reason. Some of these Lego parts I don't think are actually getting views, and I'm wondering... Yeah, they're getting views technically. Just I wish I would have took better photos of them, because I'm not going to mess... Well, I'm going to edit the description of these guys and call it a day, because I don't think that AI can technically crop these out, because, yeah, it'll keep focusing on this green. Yep. So, no editing those guys. After a while, you can look at a eBay listing and go, yeah, the AI won't fix that. Yep. Because I would love to do a storage unit again. I'm dying to do a storage unit. But the thing is I can't do the free one because I'm afraid if I get into an agreement and it's too much, it'll look bad if I back out. So it's like... And then the ones that I do see on the storageauctions.com, they go for way too much nowadays. I look at them and go, that's $130? For what? There's nothing in there that's $130. Like, yeah, if you sell every little piece of it, it might add up to $130, but I'm like, that is a high risk for possibly low reward. It's like, no. The storage units around in here used to cost like maybe $50 back in the day, but now they're like $130, $200. It's like, what are people doing over in liberal Kansas? Like, no. It's like, it might even be some of the competitors I'm friends with that are doing it. I'm like, I haven't asked any of them about it, but then again, I haven't seen them in a while. I haven't seen many of them at the recent auction I went to. Didn't see them, they didn't come. So I don't know. What is this thing? I don't even remember what this is. It's pretty bad. An ashtray that I took a picture of on the same pair of shorts I'm wearing today. Obviously washed, but yeah, that's the same pair of shorts I'm wearing today. Back in 2022. That's when I was on the walker. I was getting better. Well, no. It's hard to tell. It might have been on the walker or transitioning to the cane. But yeah. And I think that's a Corky in the background, or Blue Heeler Corky in the background. Yeah, that's still a video I need to make. I don't know if it's too late now, though. I realize that. Yep. Yeah. Cancel. Let's see. If I do this, and I do this, will it crop properly? Let's see. Why are you focusing on the green when it's clearly got nothing to do with the green? Let's actually see how many views this one has. This one might be thrown in the yard sale. Let's see. One so far in the past 30 days. You actually have quite a bit of views. And like I said previously, multiple times this live stream, views does not mean actual views. They need to change it to the word clicks, because this is how many times people have clicked the listing. But like how I'm scrolling through these listings, if I was to be doing it from the eBay feed when I searched up an item, these would all get viewed, but it wouldn't consider it viewed until I clicked on one. So it's like, I wish they would just change it from views to clicked, because it's like, it's not views. It used to be views back in the day, but now it's just clicks. I miss the old eBay. The old eBay would show you legitimately how many people viewed your listing, whether it was scrolled past or clicked on. It counted as a view. But nowadays, it's only when somebody physically clicks it. So it's like, technically, 100 people could have viewed that listing and I have no idea. So it's like, what do you do? But I guess I will edit the price, because it's been up there for quite a bit. So 35, so let's do $30. Lower it by 5. I could probably do the same to these, but yeah, I'll leave them. It'll lower this one too, actually. Alright, I should get into some of the more modern items. Right. Yeah, we jumped on some. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna be able to do what I wanted to do, because it has too many different spots. I have a feeling if I try to, I'll just try it just to show like why, but I think it'll keep too much of this in the middle. They'll think that this is a whole conglomerate of items, and it'll just basically cut around it and keep all of it in the center. I'm gonna predict it and see how well I know the AI background tool. Let's see. Wow, it did way better than what I thought. Okay, showed me up. It did. Of course it would work this time, right? As I'm talking crap, it finally went, I'm gonna work properly. That's how it always goes, right? Like, start talking about something and it goes, oh, now I work. It's like, really? You never work, but right as I start talking bad about it, it starts working. Never fails. And believe it or not, I did a video a long time ago on these dinosaurs, and that thing has quite a bit of views. It's still on my YouTube channel. And I'm like, why? I didn't even properly put tags, didn't put a good description. I just put basically dinosaur toys, and it popped off. I don't know. It's like, how, why? Couldn't tell you. It just did. But I can still remember where I got those from. That was probably the last like great yard sale in Guyman, Oklahoma I went to. Well, no. I take that back. I take that back. There was a better one. But this was when one of my cousins came down from up north, and me and her went yard sale hopping. And it was a yard sale that was one of those that was full of clothes, and I was about to be like, okay, I'm out of here. But then out of the corner of my eye, I saw down by like the shoes, they had a little Dollar General bag, and I was like, yeah, what's in there? And I looked in there and saw these guys. I'm like, these guys look really old. And they're pretty old, but nobody has put any offers on them so far. But what price do I have them for? And I don't got the best description either, so that doesn't help. Let's edit that description real quick. There we go. And we'll lower it down because knowing me, I didn't spend much on these. Because this was still the era when I was not like throwing money out to get the bigger fish. I was still a vulture at this time. Even though I had Google Lens, I was still very cautious. Cautious of what I spent. Even though I was making, believe it or not, I was making a lot more money back then than I am now. I'm actually making less, and honestly, that's because I think the economy is going to crap. But what can you do but live with it? Oh yeah, one of those things where it's like, yeah, the small businesses like resellers and mom and pop shops are the first ones to be affected by the economy. And here I am trying to make a full-fledged business out of it. It's like wrong timing, horrible timing, honestly. Like, oh yeah, I want to make my reselling into an actual business. Yeah, go for it. It's like gas prices are going up. Groceries are probably going up sooner or later. It's like, yeah, perfect timing. But like I tell everyone in my family, if reselling fails, I have a backup. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and chemistry. I can go become a lab technician somewhere. It's like I have a backup plan. Because yeah, a lot of people look at me when I'm at auctions and don't realize that I'm college educated. Because honestly, I don't look like the sciencey type of guy when you see me in person. It's like I look like one of those farm hands that's at auction. But nope, I'm a science nerd. And believe it or not, marbles, some of them can sell for pretty good money. Yeah, I didn't get a really good picture of it, but these do actually glow a little bit. It's just the camera doesn't really pick up on them so greatly. Like right there, you can sort of see it. But yeah, it's hard to tell. And if it can do the dinosaurs, it can do these marbles. It should be able to. So, let's see. Edit. And we're going to lower the price, of course. But, yeah, let's see if it does work. It should. If it did the dinosaurs, it should be able to do the marbles. Indeed, it can. Awesome. Crop it out. There we go. That should be good enough. Yeah, and I got a better UV light nowadays than this Snap-on. And I also realized I probably shouldn't be carrying a Snap-on around with me to yard sales, estate sales, thrift stores. Probably shouldn't be carrying a Snap-on flashlight with me everywhere. I realized that one day and I was like, I'm actually gonna get a UV blacklight off of Amazon. Which, if you type in exclamation UV, I do have an affiliate link from Amazon where you can buy the exact same UV light I use nowadays. It has two different spectrums of light. I forget the exact numbers, but one works on different types of UV than the other. It's hard to explain in without confusing people. And I honestly can't remember all the terms for it. Because when I say college educated, I don't mean like I know everything, you know? It's just I'm to the knowledge of, like, I'll hear something go, it doesn't sound right, but I don't know if that's right. But I can find out. I know, like, legitimate sources to look for stuff, and I can find it out pretty easily. Instead of, like, my father, where he's like, oh, this website said if you do this, it does this. I'm like, no. That website is just fake news. You know, it's like, they're just trying to get you to buy their product. They tell you anything to get you to buy their product. It's like, no. And I deal with that with my aunt as well. She's like, oh, they say it does this. I'm like, yeah, they'll tell you anything to get you to buy their product. Like, they used to always tell me, don't believe anything you read on the internet. And now here they are believing everything they read on the internet. I'm like, why? And with AI and everything, it's getting even worse. Because, like, my aunt just tried getting me on a toothpaste lately. It started with an N, and it had at the ending amide. And I'm like, no. It doesn't have fluoride in it. I'm like, no. And it's like, don't believe into that conspiracy that fluoride does damage to your teeth. No. It doesn't. People would have been a whistleblower by now, you know? And I then looked up the chemical name, the niacinamide, I think it was called, niacinamide. And it's for whitening skin pigments. Not teeth, skin pigments. So I'm like, it ain't gonna whiten your teeth. It just isn't. Skin pigments and teeth pigments are totally different. Totally different. But then she's like, no, it works for me. I'm like, sure it does. And once they get to that point, you just go, sure, yeah, yeah, sure. And it's like, because they're not going to listen to you. So you just agree with them and walk away. That's what I've learned. Easiest part in life is just nod your head, say sure, and walk away and go on with your life. I've had to deal with many people like that in the past, and it's like, there's points where, like, some of my family would argue with me, and like I said, I'm not, like, I don't remember everything, but I know enough to be like, something's wrong here, and I could find out easily why it's feeling wrong to me. And, like, my father's had medical stuff before, and he's always gone like, oh, you have your degree in medical science? And I'm like, no, but I have it in biology and chemistry, so that should count for something. And because, like, he's complaining about something going on with his knee or something, or like his lungs, and it's like, you should go to a doctor and see him. And it's like, no, I can do this with this and it'll work. I'm like, no, just go to the damn doctor. And one time I literally told him, you go to the doctor or I'm dragging you to the doctor. And it's like, he finally listened after I said that, and I'm like, thank goodness. And then when he got back from the doctor, he's like, yeah, the doctor said I had water on the lungs. I'm like, see, told you. Like, I didn't do that. I told you so. But I'm like, see, you went to the doctor and it fixed your problem. That's all I said. I'm like, just wanted to point out the obvious. I didn't want to do the iconic "I told you so" quote, but probably practically the same thing. Yeah. He listens to me a little bit more now after that incident, which is nice that he's listening to me a little bit more now. Because, like I said, not always right, but that's just what makes me human, you know? Everybody makes mistakes. Heck, I've even had to point out mistakes professors made. But the thing with professors is that's how you can tell if you have a good professor or teacher. If you point out their mistake and they accept it and they go, "Oh, thank you for pointing that out to me." But if they do the complete opposite where they're like, "No, no, 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 I'm the teacher, it's right." That's when you're like, "Okay, you're a horrible teacher." Understood. You can't take criticism. I've had a couple teachers like that where I pointed out like, I don't know if that's right. And they're like, "No, no, no, it's right." And it's like, "Sure." And then they like subtly change it to where it is correct. I'm like, like, isn't that what I pointed out to you like 5 minutes ago? And at that point, I become a little like arrogant. When they become arrogant, I become arrogant. Like I tell some of my family, like, are you sure we don't have any Irish in us? Like, I'm pretty petty when it comes to that kind of stuff. I could become extremely petty. Like, and I think we actually do. I think that's what one of my aunts told me. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. I can tell. Us bakers can become real petty. And it's like, yeah, that could be racist, but I've heard multiple Irish people say that they are petty. So I was like, I don't think that's racist. So yeah, we're actually getting quite a bit done. Like I told my dad, once I get like live streaming or I'm like recording footage, I get locked in. I don't know what I just did there, but oh well. Man, I really need to get some of these things listed or sold. That's why I think listing or posting some of these up on Facebook every so often would help. Like eBay item of the day, and like just grab this Marvel Black Panther figurine and throw it up on Facebook. At least one a day, just to keep viewership generating on Facebook. But yeah, if you guys do want to see my eBay store, if you're in chat right now and you want to go check it out because I'm about to end the live stream, comment or type in chat exclamation eBay and you can go over there and check it out. Or if you're watching this after the live stream, because I don't think Nightbot works after live stream, it'll be down in the description. So if you guys want to check that out, and also maybe check out my Facebook and consider following me over there. And Discord will allow you to get notified on my like schedule if I'm not gonna live stream this week, or like if I'm uploading a video a certain day. You can find out there. And consider clicking the live stream and subscribing to the YouTube channel if you guys like this kind of content. And I will see you guys